right, everyone, we're gonna get started. So I am going to officially call this meeting to order at 7:04. Thank you all for your patience. And if we could all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and then we'll do both. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ms. Shapiro. Here. Mr. Kennard.
Here.
Ms. Jacobs Rohan. Here. Ms. Metzger. Here. Mr. Paris.
Here.
Ms. Schutz. Here. Ms. Siri. Here.
Our first order of business is going to be the board vacancy. So again, thank you to everyone that applied. There were a lot of applicants, and we had our 9 interviews last week. I thought they went really well. And I was really impressed with everyone that, submitted their application and even took the chance on interviewing. It's a lot of work. But with that being said, if I could have a motion to approve board governance item as presented, the board vacancy nomination and approval of blank to fill the vacancy on the Riverview School Board that resulted from the resignation of Mr. Roger Pagoda. Thank you for your service, and I see you out there. Effective until the term ends at the reorganization meeting in December 2027. Are there any motions at this time?
Shapiro, so moved.
Thank you. Are there seconds? Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Rohan. Any discussion at this point?
I think we have 3 excellent candidates, and so it's kind of hard to choose. But I would encourage you all to stay, and regardless of the outcome, stay involved, and please, keep coming to meetings. And there's always future spots as well, so you always keep an eye out for that, regardless.
Any other discussion, comments, questions, concerns? Okay. So how it will work is we will do a roll call. You will state the person whom you're voting for. And at that point, if a majority is reached after all 8 of us have given our or have cast a vote, then the majority rules and that person will fill the vacancy. And that'll be easy. If it does not happen where we reach a majority, which would be, again, 5, then at that point, we would take either the top 2, or I guess I'm asking also for board input as well, what you all would like to do. We would need to revote so that we do reach a majority, but we could either take, the top 2 people with the most votes and then revote thereafter. We could open it back up for discussion again, or just call for another vote until we reach that majority, which is basically what's going to happen anyway. But at least if you want the discussion again, we can get back into it. Does anyone have a preference on that?
Makes sense to me that you narrow it down to 2 if we don't get the majority. Just because we keep this going with 3. Yeah, I agree. It might just be the same vote over and over again, right? Change your mind. Depends. Yeah, right. Exactly.
I agree. Anyone else have any other things to say?
No, I agree.
Okay. Then I move to call the question.
Ms. Shapiro. Kareem, go ahead. Mr. Kennard.
Kareem, go ahead.
Ms. Jacobs. Kareem. Ms. Metzger. Melissa. Mr. Paris.
Sylvia Sullivan.
Ms. Schutz. Kareem, go ahead. Ms. Siri.
Sylvia Sullivan.
Two, and Melissa McFadden, two.
It didn't work out. Did it?
That's what you get when you have three people, like.
Yeah. So I guess, I move to open it back up for discussion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. So with that being said, I don't know if people want to share why they voted for people or not, but I will. At least I agree. I think that they're all amazing candidates. I think the big sway for me is that Ms. Sullivan has attended all of our board meetings, so she sees a lot of times what goes on and stuff. Kareem being on the board, of course, lends itself to knowing that already. So that's easy enough as well. And I think that time could definitely pick it up as well. But that's just kind of where my vote landed. Else?
I think with each of them, yes, they each have their own strong suits. It's not easy. It's not an easy position to serve at all. I think what Sylvia is always thoughtful, and she always brings. I love it. Again, you bring an outcome, not just how we're going to get there. You bring a solution. Melissa, I enjoy her energy and her passion for doing things. And Kareem's, for me, that is the experience, his business background, as well as his experience of being on the board, knowing the intricacies of what happens on a day-to-day basis. And just, I admire his approach as well. It's like, in the lane and going forward. So that would be my reason.
Let's jump the ones.
I feel like we're saying a lot of the same things. Sullivan, obviously, her involvement in coming to board meetings and understanding the issues and speaking out on behalf of the students, I think I appreciate a lot. Kareem's experience on the board and his experience with his job, I think would be a huge benefit for the board.
You want to try to call the question again?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. And you have to call the question.
Yeah, Mr. Cloud. Kareem, go ahead. Mr. Kennard.
Kareem.
Ms. Jacobs Rowan.
Kareem.
Ms. Metzger.
Melissa.
Mr. Paris. Ms. Schutz.
Kareem.
Ms. Siri.
Kareem,
Sit with next to Judge Shapiro.
Yeah, so that.
Before you sit, if you could please stand.
I, Kareem Gatman,
Do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support, obey, and defend the Constitution of the United States and Constitution of this Commonwealth, and that I will discharge the duties of my office with fidelity.
Do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support, obey, and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of this Commonwealth, and that I will discharge the duties of my office with fidelity.
He memorized that so perfect. Please sign and date your oath.
Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you all. Yeah.
That's so nice of Siri.
First of many board mistakes.
Welcome. Our 9 is complete. Thank you. And 10. We will start by having a presentation from Mr. Engen.
Mr. Harris, I apologize. I have to do the official roll call with the new member.
Oh, yes, actually, yes. Please keep a new quorum.
Ms. Chaparro.
Here.
Mr. Kennard.
Here.
Now, how do you pronounce the last name?
It's Gad.
Gad? Gad?
Yeah.
You're here. Ms. Jacobs Romy. Ms. Metzger. Present. Mr. Paris.
Present.
Ms. Schutz.
Here.
Ms. Theory.
Here.
Back on target. Mr. Engen has a presentation from our capital project update, so take it away.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Last week, we received bids for the capital improvement project for 2026. Just as a quick summary, it includes the high school, junior, senior high school cafeteria modifications and kitchen improvements. It also includes over at 10th Street a basement foundation fix. And it also includes an alternate bid for window replacement over at I don't know if you had I don't know if we have to put it up, but I'll say so there's 4 prime bidders. There's a general construction, an HVAC construction, a plumbing construction, and an electrical construction bid that we're going to talk about tonight. That's part of the Separations Act for the state of Pennsylvania. And within each one of those bids, we received multiple bids for each prime contract, except for electrical. We only got one, which was our favorite son. We see them, Merritt was the only bidder for electrical. For general construction, the low bidder was Graham Construction at $941,691. That was the base bid. There were 3 other bids, just over $1 million for each one of those. So that was Graham Construction was just under $1 million. So they are the lowest responsible bidder. There were 3 alternate bids. Just as a remembrance, we were targeting a base bid number of about $1.5 million. So that was our construction budget for the base bid. The total of all the low bids came in just over $1.5 million. $1,549,991. It's just total one, to be honest. The small projects are really hard from an estimating point of view. But there are 3 alternate bids that we'll be asking you to consider for when you do vote for making decisions on the bidders. There is alternate G1, which is to add garage doors that open up to the outdoors and a window at the cafeteria. So that was added scope to the project, and I didn't want to just put it in the base bid. I thought we should see the numbers because I was just nervous about the budget. So we have that price is identified. And so we have a patio out in the back, just outside the cafeteria. And what the administrators are looking to do is to be able to get a little bit more light in the room, but also be able to allow the kids to go out on the patio with supervision and make better connection to the outdoors. That number is an additional $64,700 that would be added on to the base bid.
For the garage and the windows.
Yes.
Excuse me, Mr. Nick, but we should have a document to follow along with it here.
I just emailed it to Kim and she's going to pull it up.
That's fine, because I didn't see anything in board docs, so I was like, maybe I'm missing it. But just- Okay.
You can continue.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing something, that's all.
The second alternate bid for general construction was to replace the floor in the cafeteria. So initially that was always sort of a separate number, wasn't included. We could do the project without replacing the tile that's in there. But I do recommend that you do it. It actually, we got a really good number from this bidder, $35,000 added to the base bid. All of the other three bidders were higher than that. We had one at 45,000 and change, one at 41,000, and another one at 91,000 and change. So it's a good value to choose that. The alternate bids sometimes are a little crazy, and they're not exactly a description of what the item costs.
Yeah.
But anyway, it is also the first alternate was the lowest of the four bids also for that. So I think a pretty good value. And then the windows over at Werner, that is alternate G3. That number was an additional $394,000. We thought that was going to be 450 some thousand. It is the other three bidders. One of them was 387,000, so slightly less. And then the other two were 464,400, and 468. So
what was that number?
468,000 was the highest alternate bid that we got out of any of them.
What was the, oh, sorry, what was the lowest bid?
Oh, 394,000.
You should all have it.
Yeah, great. There you can see them all. The highlighted one is our low bidder, lowest responsible bidder. So when you do decide to make the selections to move forward, you'd be accepting the lowest responsible base bid, which is Graham Construction in this case, and then you would choose which alternate bids, one or all, or whatever individual ones you wanted to go forward with. Those would add those together, whichever ones you select in alternate bids, add them to the base bid to get your final Graham Construction contract number. All the rest of the bids are easier, Brian, because there's no alternates in any of them.
You want to talk about these?
As you have seen on several of the emails that I've shared, the DCED facilities grant is due March 13th. And I'm looking to put the burner window replacement into that grant, in addition to plus something else that's going to get us to the $500,000 minimum to apply for that grant. So that's my goal, because part of the grant is you have to do an RFP. So these are items that we've already completed through draw that I thought would be beneficial to the district to pull in that money if we were awarded the grant to offset our expenses.
The window replacement at Werner, that's different than the security. Or is that the same thing?
Same thing. The ballistic,
Yeah.
ballistic windows. Yes, that does include the ballistic, correct?
Yes, all the
Yeah,
glazing is protected. The second prime bidder, if I can go on, is plumbing construction. Our low bidder is S&T Plumbing. Scroll PDF, next page. That number was 78,500. I'm a little nervous about that. We did contact all the low bidders and give them an opportunity. They have a time period where they can evaluate their bids to see if they made a mathematical error, and then they can withdraw their bid during that time period. None of them withdrew their bid. So the low bid for plumbing was 78,500. The next lowest bidder was 93,500, and then going up from there. So we did receive 5 bids, and there are no alternates for that. Again, the next one is HVAC construction. This is a really tight race here. K&K Mechanical Services at $324,000 was the low bidder. All of the rest of them are super close, $324,750. 327, 100, 329, and 334. So super tight. I would say that's a representation of the fact that the drawings that the mechanical engineer did were very understandable and everybody was basically bidding the same. So they did a good job, the HVAC contractor, I think, or the HVAC engineer. And then electrical is the last prime bidder, and that is Merit Electrical Group. They've done a lot of the work here over the last decade. Almost every one of the projects, they tend to be the low bidder. I don't know if that scared the other guys away, but 205,800. So together, added up on base bid, again, 1,549,991. If you added all three of the alternate bids, you'd be at $2,043,691. This is for on the docket for the next meeting.
Right. And remember, we went to bid last year.
Yes.
Can you maybe provide some context to?
Sure, almost $1 million less than last year.
$1 million less than last year by not jackhammering the floor, essentially.
Yeah.
Right.
I do think we're going to end up with some change orders. It is a super complicated project. The kitchen is, there are things that we're going to be tearing walls down and things like that. There will be unforeseen circumstances for sure, especially electrically and plumbing. I think we did a good job to scope out as many of those lines as possible. But our experience in the high school has been that as soon as we start, demolishing, we find things, because the documents that we have to work from are not very great. So, but I'll keep you updated as we go along. And it should be fine. We should have about a 5 to 6% contingency, so about $75,000 or so for construction contingency in case things come up. That's about it for tonight. That I can think of.
Got towards target.
Yeah, we got to the target, which is great. So,
do other board members have questions? I have a few, but I want to get it out. Just to start, when I'm adding up the base, just so that I am understanding this correctly, is the base would be the plumbing, electrical, the general, and then the HVAC added together, the lowest of the.
you are correct.
Okay. Okay. And then for some of them, I guess my concern with the Korean construction, and I guess I would ask your input too, is when I'm looking at like the cooling door, for instance, where they have 64.7 as their number, the average is 96,000 if you take all four of them for the other three bids. So my worry is that we're going to need another 30,000 more to complete it to get up to those averages.
Well, they are required to provide you what is in the documents. So what is in the specifications of the documents, which everybody had, they're required to provide that amount of labor and that amount of materials to complete the project. So you won't. Not that there can't be some things that come up,
Right.
but the things that come up should be the same things that would have come up if it would have been any other bidder. I kind of look at it as when we see a bidder or an item that comes up like this that is significantly less than maybe its neighbor. Right now, that money's in your pocket. And my job and our team's job administratively is to work hard as items do come up to try to keep change orders from going over into the, to approaching the next bid.
Yeah.
So let's just make up a scenario that maybe it turns out that we have a $15,000 change order. You're still not to the next lowest bid. And because they do have a history of doing this kind of work, they are a responsible contractor. I would not recommend that you remove them from the project legally. So I think you kind of, I think the mean of the bid is definitely where you're saying it is. And I wish we could do like some other states and award to the mean. That's just not how it works. And so,
No, and I don't,
yeah,
I
it's
don't
kind
wanna-
of a challenge.
yeah, I don't want to award to the mean necessarily. It's just more or less just a thing that the board should also be aware of, because there's school districts that are getting called out right now for going beyond their change orders, and I don't want to be one of them. So more or less just, yeah. And the same thing, I guess, with the construction bid as a whole too, that Graham came in so much lower than the other one's, almost 100,000 less than.
Yeah, them and the plumbers, those two.
The plumbing
They
one
got
that
the
made me
call.
nervous too. 117,000 is the average there, and what they came in at 70. Yeah, did you just say 178? Yeah, that's also a little.
But Dan, you worked with, I think when we did open the bids.
Yeah.
My question was, have you ever worked with this company? Just because we haven't worked with them doesn't mean that other districts in Western Pennsylvania haven't.
We did call also a construction manager who we knew had several projects recently with them. He actually gave them a thumbs up. He said that he has no problem working with them on the project. But it's meaningless to me to some degree. Either way, we're going to sit around the table and slog through it and represent you as well as we can on some of those things. But there's not a lot of choices.
Gotcha.
Thank you. Yep.
Anyone else?
Thanks for your work on getting that number.
I
Let's
appreciate
shop.
it.
It was a good shop.
I have to give the administration a lot of credit too, because we had a ton of meetings and they worked hard, especially Sheila. Sheila's been doing a great job. We took a lot of the movable fixture equipment, fought hard to save things and make them, save the things that we really could. And also find another way to purchase some of those things at a monthly price. So they did a great job making that happen. And some of the things have gotten done. So since we did last year in the summer, we did some electrical work and some gas hookup work and things like that. None of that had to be in these numbers. That's right. Big ones too.
Great pieces of equipment, yeah.
Yeah.
Pizza oven. The pizza's amazing.
It's really good.
Anyway, I will be here, I'm sure, talking about some of the challenges as we go forward, because it's going to be a compact summer to get everything done. We are not closing the kitchen early this year, which was sort of the plan last year. So we're going to try to push to get done by the end of the summer, but the schedule really shows that I don't think we can fully be open by the start of school. We may have to bag lunch for a couple weeks but we're going to give the contractors a chance to try to do it, get it done.
Well, I just have a question.
Yes,
$1.5
sir.
million to $2 million range. How does that fall within the budget?
Well, we had a budget for the base bid.
Yeah.
The other items were added to the project after.
Yep.
So like the burner windows is the big one. The other ones are pretty small. That was an added thing that the board, they have money for in the capital improvement budget. So it is funded technically. It just wasn't in the original scope of work.
So the budget for the base bid was $1.5 million and you're at $1.5 million.
Yeah.
And the 394 or whatever it is for the windows is
500 minimum grant application.
got it. Okay. Thanks.
That was the basis of my concern of like the leeway that we have for some of these other things is that we're at our target. So
We were way over.
It's unless you're at 2.5 in the board and the administration's like, whoa, that's way too much. We gotta try this. Oh, we gotta do it again.
Yeah.
So we did it again. The number is on target this year. So that's good. And if we can offset some of the costs through the grant, that's huge. That'll save even more money. So that's the goal, is to offset the costs as much as possible. And we have the money in the capital reserves that the board has already
designated towards the project.
Dan, correct me if I'm wrong, but the crux for the high bids the last time was the unknown underneath the cafeteria floor. We did a scan early in my tenure here, which, because it sits up, because it was built so close to the river, right? That cafeteria was built up, and there is so much metal under the floor intertwined with the electrical lines and the plumbing lines that to rip that all up, you might in some ways be better off just ripping the whole building halfway off and rebuilding. So the unknowns were the high bids because no one really knew what they were getting into. Additionally, all of the equipment that we can go out ourselves and get through CoStar's, which is state contract. As a GC, if they are to provide equipment, they sometimes tack on an additional 30% when they do that bid. And I'm familiar with that because I've built different buildings and bought different equipment with draw as my architect. So I'd rather go out there.
Tariffs.
And the tariffs are, I was just telling Mr. Kennard about, I read something online today that tariffs have increased a family's expenditures by at least $1,000 across the country.
Our bidding last spring was terrible. We had
Yeah.
3 projects coming over budget because contractors weren't sure how much materials were really honestly going to cost. It was terrible. But that all settled down this last fall. So I think they know what the numbers are. They're more confident. So
You mentioned about the completion, maybe not by the school year. That's a little concerning, especially because the high school kitchen is sort of the hub kitchen of the district for the elementary buildings as well. So when you say we might have to do another plan or, pack lunch, I mean, that would affect all buildings.
there is a plan.
There is a plan. I have Jim on notice to let him know that once we get a schedule in place, we might, for the last week or so of school, be doing alternative lunches that aren't necessarily your hot foods. Maybe we'll just do it at the coming school year. At the end of this coming school year, to be able to get started. Early. Yeah, that we're gonna have to sit down and get a plan in place once everybody's been awarded their contracts and make sure that everything they need can be in on time so we can get over to.
If we could just have that update then too, just so that we also know, because
Absolutely.
2 of our schools are free or reduced lunches. So
It's not as simple as just
and lunch.
because some kids don't have the option. It's like they're relying on the kitchen.
Yeah.
We'll always have lunch, 2 of 3 buildings for sure. Yeah. Always have lunch. It wouldn't be after lunch, it would be.
That should be close to being free or reduced lunch company as well. So good.
But the so-called bag lunches are nowhere the same. That's like what you would actually get. Right. So
Yeah.
that's what I mean, just like being mindful of like how many weeks of that would you have to do?
Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, it is somewhat in our control, but there's a limit to what you can do, contractors can do.
Yeah.
Getting started as early as possible by awarding contracts and getting them moving so that procurements happen, equipment and everything starts to show up in the right time. Things like stainless steel countertops that have to be fit in, those are custom made. They take a long time. That slows things down. And then underground plumbing and things like that, which we did minimize. That's still going to take a while. So, but we'll group together and work with them and identify the things that are the high priorities. Get right after it. So,
Thank you.
thank you. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
And then from a planning standpoint, before we move off, this is more for so sorry. Will you let us know what the difference is looking like right off the bat? So like if we're talking that we budgeted 1.5, it's 1.549, plus the difference of the plumbing from the current bid at 78.5 versus the average of all 4 bids would be 117. So that's 38.5. So already right there, we're looking at a good 84 over budget. We can, thank you. Thank you. Numbers are hurting my head already.
You know me and my spreadsheets.
Yeah, I appreciate them. Thank you. Any other questions? Any other comments? Cool. We'll move right along then. Thanks, Dan. Thank you, Dan. Have a great night. So our second item on the agenda this evening is consideration of an action upon 2A is approval of past meeting minutes. I would ask for a motion to approve the study session meeting minutes from January 5th, 2026, and item 2, regular voting meeting minutes for January 12th, 2026. Do I have a motion?
Siri, I'll second that.
Any questions, comments, concerns? Does everyone feel like they accurately reflect? Great. Then let's vote. All those in favor of approving the study session meeting minutes from January 5th and the regular voting minutes from January 12th signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? And all those who abstain? The ayes have it. Number 2, consideration of an action upon 2B, treasurer's report. I will need a motion to approve the treasurer's report as presented. 1, general fund, January 26th, athletic fund, January 26th, food service fund, January 26th, capital improvement fund, January 26th, student activities fund, January 26th, PA municipal real estate collections, no collections for January. MVM delinquent real estate, real estate collections, January 2026. Keystone collections, earned income and local service tax collections, January 2026, and general fund approval bills fund 10, January 2026. Any motions at this time?
Jeff Barrow, so moved. Jacob Drohan.
Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, signify by saying nay. And all those who abstain.
I'll abstain.
So no, thank you. So this brings us to the president's remarks. I don't have much to say. I am, again, just truly appreciative of the people who came out for the board vacancy position. I just think, I don't know, it's really refreshing to see our community want to get engaged in our school board in such a way that they are willing to give up their time and commit to something like this. I think that also stands to the second idea that I would also say that our community is just resilient. It's great to see that our community member was returned to his family. I, again, speak for the board on that. I will say personally that matters to me, and that makes me really happy to see, just for him and his family, because yeah, I worry about that for myself. So I can imagine being in a position, and I hopefully but I appreciate that he's home. I hope the community is doing well. Please know that I personally am here. I think the school is definitely here for you. I know that I spent a lot of time working with the rest of the administration, and yeah, it's not something that we take lightly. So that being said, we will move into our first hearing of citizens. This is the time that anyone who is a community member may come up to give remarks. Those remarks should be 3 minutes at length. And please note that in accordance with our board procedures and policy, that the first hearing is designated for agenda topics only. So items that are going to be discussed tonight But if you would like to speak, I would ask that you please sign in over back there. Come up, state your name and your address, and just also know that your comments are recorded because our meetings are recorded. Is there anyone willing to or wishing to speak at the first hearing of citizens?
Wendy Wilton, 682 4th Street, Oakwood. I just wanted to, congratulations. Great. Just to, in general, voting on the agendas, I just wanted to point out that it's really important that the community hears from everybody on the board, whether you've been on the board for 6 years, 2 years, 2 months, or 2 minutes. It's really important that the community hears from you. I know at some point there might only be 1 or 2 people in this audience, which is typical for meetings, but you're still, it's still important for us to hear from you. Each of your votes is equal and important, and you know, nobody has one more weight than the other on the board, and so it's really important that we hear from all of you. When you guys discuss and have questions, those are probably questions that a lot of us have in the audience, and it helps us to understand more what's happening on the board too. So I just wanted to put that out there. And also, as far as the nominations or for the board vacancy and the 8 or 9 or 10 people that came out last week, I think what I was the most pleased to see was that everybody came here with good intentions. They came here because they care about Riverview. They put their name in because they want the school district to keep thriving, and because they're proud of our district, and they're proud of our teachers and our administrators and the education that our kids are getting. And so, you know, there were no other agendas, no personal agendas, no political agendas, none of that. So I appreciate everybody who came out, and I just hope that that is the feeling and the consensus of the board that this is about keeping Riverview strong and being supportive of our teachers and our students and administrators. You know, nobody in the community, students, parents, teachers, administrators, none of you guys, I'm sure, believe everything is 100% perfect in Riverview. But we have it pretty good. We have a really great school district. So I appreciate all of your time and the effort into keeping it strong. And I just encourage you to keep sharing your voices with us.
What else?
I'm gonna have to go fast. Hi, my name is Jonathan Oxier, I'm from 46, California. I'm here to speak about item 8B, the motion to approve board governance, specifically item A005. I'm a parent of 3 RSD students. I'm also a progressive who consistently votes for Democratic candidates, including members sitting at this board. When the vacancy was announced a couple weeks ago, I started speaking with different people in the board proximate to it to know how it worked. And I started hearing something that really troubled me. And specifically, it was a pretty consistent report that in the very recent new leadership of this board, there's been a major shift in how the board operates, specifically efforts to sideline and isolate educators and administrators in the way they're operating. Last week, I pulled my name from the candidacy running, but I came to the meeting to just see what it was like. And I felt like I saw those concerns really confirmed right from the jump. Mr. Paris invoked obscure procedural language to take control of the study session away from the superintendent, who had been leading that for sounds like close to a decade. Other board members seemed really caught off guard. Jen Chaparro spoke up, but she was quickly kind of dismissed. And that sort of set an ugly tone for what I saw on the board, with one person controlling the whole agenda. I was really uncomfortable when Principal Hewitt came forward to give advance notice of a possible retirement coming kind of down the lane. And instead of a collegial conversation about fact-finding and information, it felt like a cross-examination.
It felt extremely hostile and antagonistic and condescending. And there were a lot of people in the audience, and it was visibly uncomfortable for us in that moment. And I was really troubled by the silence of the board not pushing back as this tone continued. I saw dismissiveness as the newly appointed president was talking over other board members, pushing back against community members. I don't know if he's aware, I think he was on hot mic during intermission. My wife and my children heard that at home. That recording has since been removed from the YouTube channel. I don't know why. This week, I've been speaking to more educators. I've spoken to close to a dozen people, asking them how they feel about this new board. And to a person, they are all uncomfortable and nervous. They say this feels different. It feels like a power grab, and it makes them uncomfortable. And that brings me to item 8B. From my understanding, the proposed changes weaken the safeguards that allow this board to respond to leadership when it breaks down. The changes explicitly remove the language that allows a majority vote to remove officers and committee members. Now, I'm told in the past, Mr. Paris himself was removed from a committee when negotiations broke down between him and the teachers union. Well, under these new rules, actions like that become much harder. So in other words, by passing that proposal, you are voting away some of your own power to hold leadership accountable. Now, it doesn't take a lot of imagination in 2026 to see the risk of dismantling checks and balances, even for leaders we support. And let me be clear, I share Mr. Paris's values. I share his commitment to inclusion, diversity, equity, access. But shared values are not enough. We need healthy systems that trust educators, systems that engender collaboration. This vote is not just about one person or moment. It's about whether this board preserves the guardrails that protect all of us now and in the future. Because if you remove those guardrails today, you may not get them back when you need them most. This is a vote that could weaken accountability and limit your own ability to respond when or if circumstances change. I urge you all to consider this very carefully.
Number 5 is motions for approval of finance committee.
So, again, 5A, we have a motion to approve the following contracts or agreements subject to final review and approval of the solicitor. Number 1, motion to authorize the Director of Finance and Operations to solicit bids for contracted school bus transportation services. 2, motion to exonerate PA Municipal Service School District Tax Collector of Oakmont and Verona Boroughs from any further collection of the 2025 real estate taxes, and to approve the transfer of the combined unpaid delinquent real estate taxes in the amount of $437,211.76 to NBM Collections LLC, the school district delinquent real estate tax collector. Number 3, proposal to transition from eSchools Plus to Power Schools SIS platform at a transition cost of $160,764.96 with a yearly agreement of $24,287.76. Number 4, agreement between Riverview School District and Seton Hill University for a college and high school dual credit program for a term of July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2029. So, Antonio, are we voting all of these together? Okay.
That's a question about what?
They're read together. Before we ask questions, I'll ask you to make a motion to have these items discussed. So,
But yeah, we can do them all.
Chris, you'll call it.
Okay. I'll move to discuss.
I will make that motion.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Now,
Now you can discuss all.
Thank you. I only have one question about 3. The costs associated with that, all in line with the budget. I understand I listened to it last week and understand the whole situation with the transition, essentially the same company. So, but the costs, any additional costs above and beyond what we've been paying?
Yes. Kim?
yeah, so what they do is they certify that the data has moved over properly from the system. as well as all state reporting properly. It also includes training for the school district on its use, both in person, remote, having a select group of people be the teachers, lead teachers.
The yearly cost, I asked you to look at the yearly cost to eSchool Plus as opposed to Bio School, and it's fairly commensurate.
It's a hair cheaper.
The previous spend was 23,572.76.
Yeah.
The next year recurrence is 24,287.76.
Got it.
There is a license and subscription fee. We had a credit of 1667, and we're gonna have to pay 2,000. So it's slightly more, but
Yeah,
pretty,
but the transition cost is something.
yeah. It'll be a one-time.
Yeah.
There's roughly a $5,000 increase from the.
Thank you.
Any other questions, discussion?
Discussion for item 2. So for the tax collection for delinquency, real estate taxes, for MBM, will they be handling any appeals, or will that go to third party, or will they handle settlements? Well, like, I'm just wondering how quickly would they decide to settle if someone says, I can't pay this full amount? I'm just wondering, like, what does that tax collection arm look like, or
They are authorized to decrease anything owed to the district.
they are not?
Yes, they are not authorized to decrease. They are authorized to make payment schedules
Okay,
with taxpayers who are delinquent on their taxes. In the state of Pennsylvania, if you don't pay your taxes in 2 years, we have a right to share sell your property.
Mhm.
They are in charge. Jen, who runs that office, she is in charge of negotiating the payment plans. We already have those percentages, those number of payments that's expected on any 2 amounts set in our contract.
Mhm.
So we don't, the only way we lose money is by people not paying.
Okay.
And there's obviously, there's an alternative.
So you're saying that Jen is in charge of the tax collection arm?
Jen Surs, she's the attorney that with MBM elections that runs that office.
And for properties that need to go to the tax collection arm, will the school board get a list of the addresses?
You do not.
No. Okay. Is that just based on past precedent?
That's just not something that this district's ever done or in any other district that I
And so their tax collection arm has been in existence for some time now. It's not.
know. Previous to my arriving at Riverview, we had worked with WBK,
Mhm.
and shortly thereafter, I made a recommendation to go with NPM Collections,
Mhm.
which I had worked with in the past, who did an exceptional job of collecting. Both firms are law firms.
Okay.
I find that delinquent tax collectors that are also attorneys tend to get more of a response from people who don't pay their taxes. So, and I thought MBM's person beforehand. I had Keystone Collections prior to MBM at my last district, tenfold in collecting delinquents, and they've done an exceptional job for us since, I believe, February of 24 is when we transferred over. But the first year, then 2023, 2014.
Thanks.
This is an annual exoneration. These are last year's taxes that weren't paid.
whether they made payment plans and they missed their last payment as of December 31st. PAMS, PA Municipal Service, stops collecting current taxes. They request an exoneration, we exonerate them, and I've already sent the file over to Jen Surson. So those letters are in process. This is just an extra step, just to have the board approve that this is the amount of money that was not collected out of our roughly 16 million in taxes. So you can see that our tax collectors are doing, our tax collection is at a very high rate.
If we are not going to be made aware of like the home that this applies to, but we at least want to know like the number of houses that this relates to.
I can give you.
Okay.
If they had a breakdown of delinquency percentage by borough as well.
I have that. I can give you that as well. Actually, I think that is that's on the attachment.
Yeah, I think you provided that already.
Yeah, I did for the past 3 years that I've been here, what the amount, the exoneration amount. It looks like the amount of this dollar amount, $250,159.64 is Oakmont, $187,052.12 is Borough.
Okay. So then just about be like the number of homes that it's. Okay. Okay.
Anyone else? I'll move to vote. Sorry. Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any nays?
That was enough.
Yeah.
Okay. Any abstention? Motion passes. All right, moving to 5D. Motion to approve the following capital purchases. Number 1, Draw Collective S18-25-01 Capital Improvements 2026 for professional services in the amount of $21,857, spot 50 for the period ending October 31st, 2025. Number 2, Draw Collective S18-25-01 Capital Improvements 2026 for professional services in the amount of $46,742.40 for the period ending December 31st, 2025. Number 3, Draw Collective S18-25-02 Capital Improvements 2026 for professional services for the junior senior high school additions in the amount of $13,610.40 for the period ending December 31st, 2025. Motion to discuss.
Here, so moved.
Jafaro, second.
Questions on this? I think Sheila, the third one is described for the junior senior high school. I think the first two were for
The capital, I put that, if you look down below, administrative
Yes,
content
yeah.
is listed.
okay. So those are for relates to cafeteria and program. That's what okay.
Yes.
Perfect. Anybody else have any other questions, comments?
So that was the extent of the clarity that we requested. Remember we had asked, so that's right there, was this rebid / design of cafeteria and burner windows. Remember last time we said the invoices were too big. So that is.
I would also say, I think what Mr. Smales is saying it would be nice to have more description than rebid / design of cafeteria and burner windows when we're spending $46,000 or the same description for $21,000. I think it's hard to justify what that really is going to in terms of, is it, designs? Is it organizing the bids? Is it, I mean, it probably is all of those things, right? Like the amount of hours that are on each of those 195 hours, I'm going to assume is getting all of the bids, publishing them, reviewing, talking with contractors and stuff like that. But I think again, I don't know, Bubba could probably say it as well, but when I do my billing, I know that I have to provide very specific details of like, okay, a couple hours that I went this place and, a couple hours that I did this. So one bill of just senior principal at 26 hours and 25 or 0.25, I guess, and then 12 hours for digital designer, 157 hours for architect/architectural designer 2 is still not a lot of information. You know what I mean? When it adds up.
I will request a more detailed voice.
Especially with the capital design, right? Especially if we're saying that we are looking like we're almost 80,000 over budget already. Yeah. I think the community deserves that for sure. Any other comments?
Those in favor? 5B, say aye.
Aye.
Names? Abstain.
There's nothing for student life at this time. So moving to number 7, motions for approval under education. That's good.
Motion to approve 7A education items as presented. 1, proposed change to program of studies for the 2026-2027 school year.
Siri, I'll move.
Is there any discussion?
Thank you to the administration for updating this and for looking over or getting the Deutscher for the AP programs to be also college classes. It's really nice on top of just getting the AP credit and stuff. Yeah.
Definitely good additions, for sure.
Yeah. They said 11 AP classes that would apply to, so that's, yeah.
To call. Any other discussion? Move to call. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
I just have it then. Thank you, Ms. Metzger. Moving into item 8, motions for approval under board governance. Item 8A is a motion to approve the following resolutions. I am going to ask that number 2 is pulled out. So before I start reading it.
I was gonna ask you about that ahead of time, because although you are on that, you still are required to support this. So how does that work?
Yeah, so it's a gray area that I'm like, I don't know that I wanna,
So does that mean you don't sign it either?
no, I will still sign
You
it,
just won't vote on it?
correct.
Okay.
Because I don't wanna
Sorry, if I'd known
force
that, I
the
would have
board,
taken it.
no, you're totally fine. I just don't wanna force the board to adopt a resolution because I was like a swing vote or something. because I have to, as an officer of PSBA, I have to sign that principles.
That's fine. I just should have checked with you ahead of time.
No,
Sorry.
no, you're totally fine. No worries. So item 8A, motion to approve the following resolutions. Item 1, resolution R 2526-005, identifying Riverview Athletic Boosters Association, RABA, as a civic and service association within the definitions contained in the Local Option Small Games of Chance Act, Act 1995 of 1990, as amended, established to promote and encourage participation and support for extracurricular activities in the Riverview School District. Number 3, resolution 2526-007, authorizing MBM collections to file commercial and residential tax assessment appeals upon review by the solicitor. And item number 4, resolution 2526-008, authorizing the sale of property identified as block and lot 362-F-87 on Potomac Street and declaring this property as unused and unnecessary for educational purposes. Do I have a motion at this time?
Chaparro, so moved. Should second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
I think for number 3,
Yeah.
we talk about that.
Yeah.
I've had a couple people reach out to me, kind of just with concerns that we didn't really talk about number 3 as much. We had so much on our agenda. Last week, that they felt we really didn't talk about the fact that we'd be authorizing them to file appeals, and thought we should just talk about it some more.
The reason why we're reauthorizing this is normally it's a resolution that is an ongoing resolution. When we authorized this resolution back in 2024, it was good for a year. And then we missed it somehow. And we saw that it had expired. So we're authorizing this resolution just because it's an ongoing resolution. Nothing has changed for it. If that's why. Just, it was an oversight last year. Most of the resolutions, for some reason, that resolution had 2024, 25 in it, and we missed having it as an ongoing resolution as it should have been. So my apologies for the oversight.
And I think speaking to it as a whole, I think it's so that they can actually go and collect the taxes when property owners appeal the amount that we were supposed to collect, right? Based off that index and based off of property owners say the assessed value for Allegheny County, because property owners can be like, well, my house hasn't been reassessed in like 10 years, so it should be based off of this and not whatever amount that was charged to the taxes that we're collecting. Then they may appeal, or we could also appeal that to say, well, your house should be valued at this, but wasn't. It's a lot of the times where people are coming in about like the $1 million homes, and they're like, well, why aren't they funding everything? Why aren't we seeing that revenue there? That could be one of those instances, or vice versa, that their home was assessed at $1 million, but it was valued at 180,000.
Who would be voting to give MBM the power to decide when to appeal, right? I mean, to like challenge someone's assessment. And that hasn't changed nothing at all.
Yeah, the importance when you authorize assessment appeals is that the same parameters are applied across the board. So you want to establish the parameters. It's meant to maximize the tax revenue. It's applied equally to everyone. And then based on those parameters, our system pulls out those that satisfy the criteria. So everyone is treated the same. It's not like a spot, I'm going to appeal you, but I'm not going to appeal you. It's all even handed across the board. And again, it's designed, to maximize the tax revenue. So Sheila would work with, against Jen Service at my office to establish the criteria. And then once it's applied, those, let's say there's, I don't know how many.
Not maybe, there was 30.
So 30 properties based on recent sales of properties, fell into the criteria. Those were the ones that were initiated by the school district. Now, as Antonio was saying, our firm will also on large properties where you stand to lose revenue based on the taxpayer appealing, our office will participate in that to try to preserve as much for the district as possible. So it's meant to protect your tax base so that you don't lose taxes that you would otherwise be entitled to.
Several years ago, there was a lawsuit filed in Allegheny County based on there not being structure in the appeals process. I think it was the city of Pittsburgh.
Yes.
Am I right?
Yep.
So we need to, we're also protecting the district because we're doing it across the board as opposed to picking and choosing.
That criteria that you mentioned is available for the board to see what the criteria is, the cadence of the
So
outreach, et cetera.
this is right here, the solicitor's authorized to defend against an appeal filed by a residential taxpayer in cases where the assessed value of the property exceeds 150,000. So that's the defend against. The other, is there have that dollar amount based on, when Jen and I determine the dollar amount, we look at what the dollar amount is, not what the assessed value is. We look to see, is this what we're gonna lose through multiple years. So say we set a level, I think last year I set a level at $700. $750 over 10 years for 30 properties. That's significant money that we need to maintain in our coffers. So I look at what she sends me and she gives me a list of, I think last year she sent me a listing of maybe 70 properties and it started at 250, but we have to look at what our filing fees are for each property, which I think it went up recently. It was $60 per property. We're not guaranteed to win. So $250, we could be just spending $60 not to win anything. But we set that level last year, I believe at $750. So that's, we kind of look at what the data that she pulls first, and then we determine where we want that line. But when we signed the original resolution, the board gave me that authorization to work with Jen in her office to make sure that we weren't just spending money to appeal properties. We were making sure it was valuable to the district. It was valuable to our revenue sources.
Kind of like with Target, if you've ever heard about their thieving practices, or their loss prevention is what I should say. If you go through the self-checkout at Walmart, for instance, they will stop you if you don't scan an item. But at Target, they will wait till it gets to a threshold of $1,000 so that they can bring federal. It's not federal, but it's felony. Sorry, thank you, a felony. If you steal more than $1,000 in merchandise, so they will track it over time and then bring it forward after, because it's more profitable for their business at that point to involve their lawyers than to go after you for anything less than that. So it's similar in the idea that unless it's profitable for our district, we won't go after. Well,
I did not know that.
yeah, so don't steal things, and if you do, don't let it add up to $1,000. That's Target. Some random thought.
That's another reason not to use self-checkout. Go to a counter and have a real person scan your items.
Any other?
Yeah, I think, oh, sorry, you got it, Fred. I already.
Sheila, I guess I did have a follow-up question or just clarifying. You were saying a decision is made across the board as to which properties to appeal, and it's based on it's so not necessarily all the brand new properties would get appeal, or
No, because
is it just maybe, is it random? I was just wondering
that's a
what
whole
does across
different
the
piece
board
when we're
mean?
talking about new properties, because the new property someone might buy a property for $1 million down on the river, but the CLR right now is for this next school year is 51.2%.
Mhm.
So $1 million property is only gonna be assessed at $510,000. So that's not gonna be worth an appeal because we know what CLR is in Allegheny County. What we're looking at is a house that you might know is worth, or you might see as being worth $1 million, but someone just purchased it for $339,000. So they're appealing to Allegheny County because I only paid $339,000 for my property, but we all know it's worth $1 million. So instead of you paying taxes on $339,000, we want you to pay taxes on $510,000. So that's where the decision making comes in based on the millage rate. And remember, per 1,000 in the millage rate, that's how much you multiply that to find out what your taxes are in. So Jen does an amazing job. I can't sit at my desk and go through properties like that. She's the queen of taking care of assessment. She brings assessments. She brings that data to me. We have a conference call and we discuss it, and or we'll email back and forth, and I'll say, yeah, I think 750 is our limit this year, because I think that amount this year was about 25 to 30 properties.
And Sheila, just to be clear, though, this is for the purchase of properties. This is not reassessing people who are currently living in their homes, right?
These can be people that are living in their homes.
That's more huge.
That's more
You
unusual,
know, it's usually driven by the sales data.
right?
Where, you know, the property, was assessed low, it's been bought high.
Right.
We applied a formula to it, the common level ratio, which is that, as Sheila said, it's 50% basically now, because they haven't reassessed in Allegheny County again for quite some time. So that pulled that number down. You do the math, and if we stand to lose $750 for,
That's good. Yeah,
and
that's good.
Right. I mean, I'll give a perfect example. I bought my house in 2015 in a different community. I paid less than $175,000 for it. We all know what home prices are now. And my house is worth more than double what I paid for it. I'm not going anywhere near Allegheny County to appeal my house. You know, and my school district's not coming after me because I'm small peanuts in my school district. But that's, until the county does a reassessment, those properties won't be righted, right? Until the county does a reassessment. So we will unfortunately continue to receive the revenue that we do based on the assessment as it is until Allegheny County reassesses.
Standard practice.
Which is standard practice,
Any
but
school district.
but it used to be that when a county reassessed, it was, at least a $1.7 to $2.2 million tab for the county. Now it's significantly more. It's probably closer to 3 million. And nobody wants to make that decision.
But our criteria hasn't changed, or you haven't set the new criteria yet?
Our criteria hasn't changed.
Does not change.
No.
Okay.
No, this is just an ongoing resolution. If you look at the resolution, it has no end date. It will stay as is until we find a need, and then there will be more of a discussion.
And just to clarify, so the appeals will be only in-house with these companies, they won't be outsourced to expedite at all?
MBM.
our firm handles the appeal.
Your firm handles all of the appeals.
And we have attorneys that are dedicated to that. They know the system, they know the assessors, they know the board viewers, so they're very well versed and know what kind of information they need to take in to make sure that they're going to get an outcome that's favorable to the district. I think at the end of each year, we also do a recap of where the numbers have come in from the appeals and show how much revenue is generated now, not just this year, let's say, but as Sheila was saying, for each year from now on. So what you receive as a benefit this year will just be a continuing benefit into the future.
I just received it. I'll scan it over tomorrow to everyone.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, concerns? Then I will call the question. All those in favor of voting on 1, 3, and 4, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying nay.
I would say nay to 3. So number 3.
We have to pull that out. separately.
Yeah, we'll separate it.
So then,
So
are you saying no to all of them then? 1, 3, and 4 up right now for both. So if you,
Well, but we can pass the other two if we pull it.
yeah, but we just need to pull back
Well, we
from
can pass
this.
all.
so only to 3.
I think that
You would have to ask for it to be pulled out.
If
So
it
you
is
ask
pulled
me.
out.
Okay.
Yes.
So then let's go through this again really quick. Before we go into voting, then can I have a motion to approve the following resolutions, 1 and 4? Solely.
Okay.
Is there,
Okay. Or if we could table number 3 for the
Yeah,
next
maybe
meeting.
we
to do
pull it
more
out on the
research,
table for you.
If that's possible.
I'm fine with that, it just needs to be voted on, so.
I mean, it's
Does that?
time sensitive necessarily.
Yeah, does
We're
that-
gonna wait.
actually some of those appealed have already been filed.
Already been.
Okay, we'll just pull it out.
So then, well, there's a request to pull it out, but is there a motion to table it?
I would motion to table. For the
Okay,
next
so we
meeting.
have to vote on the motion first. So all those in favor of tabling number 3 into our next voting
Do we
meeting?
need a second for a motion to table or no?
I'll second it.
I just want to make sure.
All those in favor of tabling number 3 to our next voting meeting, please signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed signify by saying nay.
Nay.
No.
And all those who abstain.
Abstain.
So sorry, your motion clearly, does not pass. But we will pull it out for simplicity's sake. So I will read 8A again and ask for a motion to approve just 2 of the items. Then, once I have a motion and a second, I'll then ask to call the question on 1 and 4. We will vote on 1 and 4, and then we will go back to do a motion to approve 2, and then so on and so forth. Does that make sense? Okay. So 8A reread is a motion to approve the following resolutions, 1 and 4. Do I have a motion?
Jafaro, so moved.
Should second.
Thank you. I'm assuming no discussion. Means, all those in favor of approving items 1 and 4, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. And all those who abstain. I think ayes clearly have it. I'll say 8C, if that's easier for you, Rainey.
Don't worry, I'll figure it out later.
Okay, bless you. 8C, motion to approve the following resolutions. Item number 2 is resolution 2526-006 PSBA Principles of Governance and Leadership. Do I have a motion?
I'll make that motion, Schutz.
Siri, second.
Any discussion here? Seeing none. All those in favor of approving resolution 2526-006 PSBA Principles of Governance and Leadership, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? And all those who abstain?
I'll abstain.
And I also abstain. But that passes. And then lastly, 8D, motion to approve the following resolutions. This will be number 3, which was the resolution authorizing MBM to file commercial and residential tax assessment appeals upon review by the solicitor. Do I have a motion?
Chair so moved.
Thank you. There's a second.
Should second.
Thank you. Just to make no discussion here. So all those in favor of approving item number 3, please signify by saying aye.
I,
All those opposed, please signify by saying nay.
Nay.
Nay. And all those who abstain.
I'll abstain.
So with, oh yeah. 5, 2, and 1, this item clearly passes. Moving on.
Mr. First, so that you know, this is being sent around for the signatures at the bottom.
Perfect. Perfect. So item 8B, motion to approve for governance items as presented.
We
One,
separate these out, please.
yes, ma'am. I think they're,
They already are.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All
right.
8B, motion to approve board governance items as presented. 1, board policy review, first reading, 005 organization. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Anyone out there?
Take control here, second.
Thank you. Any discussion? I will be following the public comment to reiterate to the board and the community. The change for any of the board leadership positions was to match the actual EA statute. We hadn't revised this policy in almost 10 years. And so the ability to vote on a board member as the majority has since then been changed by the legislature to require an actual hearing take place, notice being provided, et cetera. And that counts also for our secretary and treasurer. So in the event that we would try to remove a board officer, that's the reasoning. It's not that was changed just happenstance. It was more because we were putting in the committees and then I didn't want to not update anything else that had also changed based on law. So that was why that change was made. It is cited in there though. So if you need to refer to the PA statute, it is cited right at the bottom. It's number, I believe, 25. It's 24 P.S. Or section 14. So everyone has a chance to look that up if you're at home and or on the board to see that this is a law and a statute. It's not.
Can I clarify that just a tad? Section 514 is part of the school code. What occurred was, and I think you're aware of this, Antonio, there was a court decision, Montemuro versus Jim Thorpe School District. For decades, 514 has normally just applied to employee situations, employee disciplinary situations, giving them an opportunity first to have notice of what the issues are, and then be entitled to a hearing if they request it, if they're not part of the union and can't go through the grievance process. What this court did, and it's a third circuit decision, so it's at the federal level. What the court did was they looked at the language of that section, and because it included the word officers, that court felt that that section and those protections applied to officers of the board as well, because the word officer is used to describe the positions of president, vice president, and so forth. That case goes against many years of interpretation, but that was how the court did decide that. What the language that just. The language that Antonio is recommending does track what that court decision has decided. So it reflects the current state of the court interpretation of section 514 of the school code.
As a member of that committee, the policy committee, a bit surprised by this that it wasn't presented for review by that committee for myself before it was presented. And my question would be about neutralizing the language, particularly in the statement, because if we have to catch every time that a court case changes or a school code change like that changes, my recommendation would be to change this language to follow current code or law guidance that is valid at the time of the occurrence, and not so specific to what may change at a moment's notice without. So we're gonna have to go through every single time. This committee goes through all the policies. This one was, I believe, reviewed last year in January of 25. And we made adjustments. I don't even know if we made any adjustments to it. I have to go back and look. So my question about that is, can we neutralize that language? Has PSBA made any recommendations on this? And the policy committee group as a practice would review our input, share it with the administrators who are on that committee, come back together and say, we've discussed both sides of it, and this is what we've come to as a resolution. So, yes, that just, you know, and I understand that an individual member can make a request to change a policy. And I just wondering why we didn't work that in as a committee at that point. I also have that same question about the defined committee's responsibilities that we didn't. This wasn't discussed with those different committees or policy committee as a whole when making those definitions.
Yeah, so I can respond to it. The short answer is yes, the entire board has the ability to bring any policy change. So it doesn't have to go through the policy committee. The idea of the policy committee being the one who presumably is the one who actually asked the board to adopt a policy committee, right? Is the idea that we hadn't been reviewing any of the sections of our policies at all, right? We were doing some that were brought forth by PSBA, but we weren't doing it uniformly. We weren't like looking at, you know, our 0-hundreds, our 100s, our 200s, our 300s, and so on and so forth. And there are some policies that hadn't been revised in 10 to 20 years, right? Because we weren't looking at those sections. And so the idea of the policy committee was to actually review those sections so that we were making sure that we were in compliance with, you know, what PSBA was recommending as changes and as the law changes. And so to bring that a little bit of full circle as well, in terms of the law, we can put in that changes based off of the law, but that's actually what our board policies already do. Our board policy actually says, I think it's 002 or 3. It's whatever one is the authority and power policy, specifically states that our board policies have to be in compliance with federal and state law. So our board policies, if they contradict them, then they would have to follow the law anyway. And that's a catch-all as well, just so that, you know, our board and our school is making sure that we're constantly following the law, even if we ourselves as policy makers aren't catching up with it or able to have 2 or 3 readings prior to a change in the law. So that catch-all is kind of already in there, so to speak. So we could put it in, but that already happens. And then the second piece of it was so that we had a discussion as a whole, right? When we're concerning all of the committees, which all board members are heads up, right? Each of you have a committee or a delegation that you are a head of. And so
Some of us just are invited.
well, in some So this is the addition of some of them. So there's not enough, you're correct. But almost all of us have a committee that you are ahead of. And so the idea is that we have a conversation as a whole. There's only 2 people on the policy committee out of 9 people. And so that's why I wanted to bring this to the board so that we had a full discussion as well. It doesn't take away again from the policy committee. But I think, I don't know how much the administration cares about our committee organization or us putting in our committees and their descriptions. But 2, the descriptions were added at the request of a board member. And then the rest of the board also was in agreement, it seemed like. So that's the idea of the descriptions for the committees. If I'm off, please let me know. But that's what I took away from Ms. Chaparro's request to actually add in the descriptions for the committees.
Yeah, and I requested that because you had proposed adding some additional and then adding on, like instead of just education committee, now it's education and curriculum.
Right.
And then personnel changed to personnel and negotiations. So, and the rest I think remained the same, but my point in requesting that was like, okay, well, if we're starting to get into adding on to committees and, you know, like we're revising what they used to be, then we probably should have some sort of a descriptor as to what does that include or not include, you know, just to be clear, because personnel and negotiations can be kind of general, like, you know. So that's why I requested that, although I do agree that like, obviously all of us can be on all committees, even if we're not designated as a head or whatever. But
we can't be on all committees.
well, I mean, I don't, like you said, everybody on the board can chime in, you know, and have their feedback on any committee, even if they're not like technically part of it. But I guess I would, to quite Aaron's question, I guess, or comment was, I guess, why wasn't this policy revised last year when all of the others, I guess, were also being revised? Because if it was out of date with current law, then we would have wanted to make that catch, you know, earlier, right? So obviously we can make little edits to like our own committees and how we organize like that. That's fine, you know, I guess. But I do think that the administration does care about those things, because if we're adding more and more governance, so to speak, with this, then that to me is like, I don't know, we could have 20 committees then, you know, like it starts to get to be like a lot, you know, to manage, I guess.
I don't like the addition of the curriculum. And I just want to say that. I think that's overreach by us.
I think the personnel / negotiations one starts to get a little gray. Because I don't think of like hiring personnel and union negotiations as like the same thing. Like, that's to me 2 different things of like, you know, hiring a teacher or a coach, you know, as opposed to union negotiations. It's
And I'm just
not really the same. Ballpark.
Right. No, I'm sorry. I just want to finish my thought.
Sorry, go ahead.
No. I interrupted you. I apologize. So everyone knows my reasoning for the not overreaching in the curriculum. I think the current administration does a great job, for one. And 2, although I trust a lot of us on this current board, this board outlives us all. And I do not want people from the community getting on the board and deciding curriculum when we're just a varied, experienced people from the community. We're not the curriculum experts, okay? We all have degrees in all sorts of things. We are not the experts like the admin is. They have the degrees in the curriculum. They have the experience. They need to have hand in it, not us. So that's just where I'm at. It's not that I just don't want the responsibility. I just don't want us to overreach.
And I think this is where my point comes in, is some of the descriptions of these committees are things that do impact the admin who sit on that policy committee alongside us. So we have board representation, but we also have the admin who we're working together with to say, this is what we as board participants would like to see. And
what do you think of this? And how do we nuance the language? And that's a lot of what happened in those policy reviews. And we would sit on both sides and say, here's what we're bringing, here's what we're bringing. Let's sit down and what needs to be adjusted, this, where, that. I get really concerned when we start saying like overseeing curriculum development. That's not our place. That's up to the administration and the teachers to do. So this is why the language is, I'm not comfortable with the language unless we're talking to the other people who are involved on these committees. I would want Sheila to review the finance committee and say, okay, Sheila, does this fit with what your expectations are of those folks? I would take this to Forbes Road and say, is this what you expect of me as the representative of Forbes Road? Or am I missing anything? So that we're not getting into dicey waters of overstepping and saying, well, we made a definition and this is what we're going to go with. And the other people involved will just have to follow along. They need to have a voice in that as well. It's not just a one-sided thing. We are the helicopter. How many times we hear that? We're the helicopter. It's about, we're 30,000 feet. We shouldn't be jumping out and saying, okay, now this is the way I want to do it. And this is the way that it's going to be the committee is going to be charged to do it. If that's not our place to be doing those things.
So I don't disagree. I do want to make one thing clear though. Curriculum is absolutely in our purview. And it's something that we are one of the only, again, enumerated kind of powers of the school board is courses of study. There's a lot of things that, is the school or the legislature and the school code is silent on as it pertains to what our actual enumerated powers are. But that is not one of them. That is absolutely one of them, right? Curriculum is absolutely one of the things that we do have a say in and are supposed to have a say in. And that's why you do see some school boards that if they are politically charged, they are changing different curriculum and textbooks that are available and mandating certain things be taught. We're not taught.
That's why we
But that's
go down that path.
well, but that's so I get what you're saying, but the path is here. You have that ability now, whether it's in a committee or whether it's us just talking about it or voting on it at a voting meeting. You have the power to change curriculum now. We approve curriculum now. And those committees are still going to have the administration involved in them. They always have and always will.
Yeah,
And they
but this
should.
is adding more and more and more and more oversight and pull. And that's what we're pulling back on, I think, the three. Well, that's what I want to pull back.
So I did want to sort of jump in as someone who is on the education committee and has substitute taught at the school. And also as someone who's like managed like after school programming. I'm really excited to be on the education committee and like the thought of having positive input on curriculum is like exciting for me. That's with my background. But I also like deeply understand possible consequences of what if a school board member majority decided to add things into the curriculum that some people in the community might feel were harmful, like to our students. Like I would understand that because we've seen that happen, across the country, right? But I think like Antonio's point is that if you look at other school districts, let's say like Fox Chapel, they do have like a curriculum committee, I believe, and it is powerful and it helps the school district. So maybe it's just giving like members of the school board are also like parents' voice too. So like some of the reasons why I like ran for school board was because I was passionate about education, STEAM programming, and making sure that our students are have the ability to be successful in life with the tools that we give them, right? And some of the things I was excited about was some of my like main issues that as a parent I saw in the school, like maybe the kids not being taught how to type in the elementary school are things that the school is actively working on addressing now in their updates to their plans for the upcoming school year. And even like one of the things that was like very important to me was us being able to take college classes in the high school, you know, and that's something that the school is planning on adding. So I said that to say that they are listening to our ideas, like from the parents. And I just want to say that, like, as a board member, I like take the position seriously and plan to be responsible with the decisions that I make. And I do feel like trust towards my fellow board members. Whether or not, you know, we have more say in curriculum or not. I do appreciate like being on the education committee and like having an additional description for what these positions are supposed to do just helps to hold us accountable. So that's all I want to say.
Guess I'll just go back to that these committees are to be collaborative with the administration. And I want to make sure that the language is agreeable on both sides of that. That they are looking at these committee descriptions and saying, yes, that falls in line with what our expectations are and what your expectations are. I think that needs to be very crystal clear. If we want, you know, trust and loyalty and transparency and all those good things, then we should be working together to define these things together, to make sure that it's hitting the marks that will make both sides feel their voices are heard and they're being represented in ways that they want to be. So, you know, that's just the curriculum is just one example. So there's other examples in here that I would want insight from administration on how this should be reading, not just what, you know, a general, you know, definition that's been come up with. I think that that's important to have those voices where to work together. And I want to make sure that we're working together and those things look like we're working together.
And by the way, this is the first reading, so things can be changed at any point in time.
The part, I think I saw a part in there too about just, whoever the current president is at the time, just kind of like assigning the committees, which is not how we've been doing it the last couple of years. I mean, I appreciate making a request and talking it through and seeing what fits everybody, not just like you're going to this, because honestly, like if I was assigned Forbes, that would be like a whole child care nightmare for me. You know, like it would be more difficult than maybe someone else doing Forbes. So like having that discussion versus like like this is what you're doing. So that stuck out to me.
Correct me if I'm wrong, though, I think that that's also a part of the school code, and I mean, and that's what we've traditionally done, but it says that board members can refuse a committee assignment as well, and we always just do that at the reorganization meeting. Like, that's not changing, and that's in our organization, that's.
Like it's changing now in the wording.
That's, I mean, it's taken directly from the PA school code. So, and that's why it literally says right underneath of that board members may refuse a committee assignment. Because that's, I mean, that is truly how it's done at every school district in the Commonwealth. It's not just this board policy. And I mean, the numbers in the brackets at the end, those are the citations to the PA legislature. So you are more than welcome to look at the school code and look at the law. But the black letter of the law was that that's how it was done. And that a committee assignment could be refused.
And I guess what maybe my interpretation, what Leanne was saying was that will we still like have the option to like say which committees we want to be on, like in the next school year, at the beginning of that next school year?
Yeah, that's not.
Why
Like in a similar,
Why can't we add a sentence there then? We're not allowed to add a sentence to it that says we will discuss and agree, or we have to just leave it as it will be assigned and then refused? I don't know. I just feel like it's such a.
We should be able to edit it however we want, because I'm sure that these descriptors of committees are not the same across every school district in the Commonwealth.
There's plenty of things that we can change in here. You're correct. The descriptions, absolutely. The committee assignments, if that's the way that the legislature has it in the state code, we can always add more, right? Where there's not clear law defined, but we can't subtract from the law.
Yeah, she's not asking to subtract. I think she's asking to clarify and add a line to say, at the reorganization meeting, we'll discuss people's interests, desires for their committees and delegations. We'll discuss, and decide. I mean, if there's some tie or something, then yeah, the president can decide.
Because it's a year commitment. I mean,
Yeah.
it's a big.
It also needs to align with like somebody's background or ability or, whatever it makes sense.
So then, be appointed by the president, and then would everyone be in agreement with the sentence that reads, well, I guess it sort of talks about it a little bit next. The president may appoint the organization at the organization meeting or as soon after the organization meeting as practical members of the board to the following standing committees. Which,
so is it like
I'll help you with
board
some
members
language.
can't nominate themselves for a position based on their preferences and availability? Or?
which shall be discussed with the board at the time of reorganization. Based upon preferences, availability, etc. And where they shall serve a term of 1 year. Is that okay for everyone? I'll read the whole sentence so that it actually is uniform of what we're talking about. So that sentence would read, after each board committee, it would be the president may appoint at the organization meeting or as soon after the organization meeting as practical members of the board to the following standing board committees and delegations, which shall be discussed with the board at the time of the reorganization or at the time of reorganization and based upon preferences, availability, etc., where they shall serve a term of 1 year. So it takes into consideration what you were saying, because I don't disagree, because that's how it always has been done. But in the instance of so for instance, the way that it's written, how it is as well from the state legislature. So for Mr. Pagoda, who resigned, and then the appointment of Mr. Gahet, well, he has to be assigned to a committee, but that's going to take place outside of the reorganization. So the legislature didn't want standing committees to go unchaired, right? So the idea is that that person in that role has the ability to appoint people should the need arise. And in this case, it would, right? Eastern Areas is unrepresented at this time until such appointment is made. And so that would be the appointment from Mr. Gahet, unless he said that he can't do it. I can't do it. It just wouldn't be feasible. And then we would discuss amongst the board, is anyone else willing to change and or take on that assignment and move to something else, right? That person needs the ability to also make sure that everything or all of the committees are chaired, should we have vacancies and stuff like that.
Thank you for updating.
Do you still say that it lasts for 1 year, or do you say that it lasts until the next reorg meeting? Just be clear, because he's coming on, it wouldn't be a year, because it was,
That's the language of the statute in the school code and
I thought
PSBA,
that's how you ended that new addition.
where they shall serve a term of 1 year has always been there.
Okay.
That is,
I guess it's mean like school year.
No.
it just says 1 year.
The word calendar.
But that is,
December.
that is not my change. That has always been there. That is, again, school code. I don't control that.
No, I was just trying to clarify.
Yeah.
Thinking when reorg comes up, does that person then continue? That's where my brain was going.
No, I got you. I think this is also under our organization. It is under our organization. So this is in reference to our reorganization. So I assume that that's why the legislature only, I can only make assumptions, right? But I assume that that's why the legislature wrote it as where they shall serve a term of 1 year, because it's in association with the reorganization, which takes place every year.
Just
So
say
that
or
1
a
year
year or less,
Make them there.
just because in case somebody like coming on mid-year, then they're gonna obviously serve less than a year because it's 10 months or whatever.
Yeah, I could say like for 1 year or until the next
Yeah,
reorganization.
until the next reorg meeting or something. I would just propose that these descriptors of the committees need to be reviewed with the current committee head and or delegate or delegation, head, and make sure that they're representative of what's currently happening. Or if they have any edits, or to Erin's point about if you would need to like check with Forbes Road to say, does this cover it? Is there something else? That kind of thing, just because like while they're fine descriptions generally, I not having been head of all of these, I don't feel comfortable being like, oh yeah, all 10 of these look great, like right out off the bat. So especially with ones that we're adding to. Particularly the personnel negotiation one bothers me a bit because I just feel like those are two really different things. Typically in past finance committee, folks have handled sort of the negotiation stuff. Since that, that seems to make sense because it's not we're not doing union negotiations like ongoing, we're hiring folks like same way, so.
But it is the hiring. I guess I'm a little confused on the difference between personnel negotiations, because the negotiations team is negotiating contracts for employees of the district. So that is our personnel. Dr. English's
They are
contract
personnel, but they're
is a
not union.
negotiation.
The
What?
football coach is not in like the union. You know what I'm saying? Like
No, but
they're all personnel, I guess, yes, but a union negotiation is different than like when we are just hiring teachers or coaches as we need to, to me, that's a different level of. So, I don't know.
but it's counting for all of it, right? So it's talking.
Yeah, I'm
every
not saying that we can't do it. I'm just saying I think some of these descriptors probably need a little additional review or
Yeah.
editing maybe just by the people who are closest to them.
Yeah.
To make sure that like it's representative of what the work really is. And we have a policy committee. So that, they can help to check with those people to say, hey, does this sound right? Or do we need to edit at all?
I also had a question on the committees convened by chairperson, who should report for the committee. System preparation of minutes of open committee meetings can be appointed by the president. That is not.
I'm sorry, you're just a little louder. Yeah, can you speak up a little bit?
Sorry. Each committee shall be convened by a chairperson who should report for the committee. Preparation minutes of open committee meetings be appointed by the president. Or is it just a change in a practice that when we have these committees, the groups would say, hey, do you want to be the chair? Or do I want to be the chair? And then that practice changed and we all, we're on, there are any people on the committees who are chairs and there's those of us who've been on the committees who are just members now. And I think would have been helpful to have a conversation to say, hey, putting a new person as a chair who may not know what's going on in the committee can be a little stressful.
I did not add that either. That's actually in our policy currently. So if you all look at policy 005, it actually reads, each board committee shall be convened by a chairperson who shall report for the committee and prepare minutes of open committee meetings. So that's already in there. That's why I ask everyone to like review these and also review our policies, because a lot of this stuff is already in there, or again, statutory language.
About changing. Right, and we're talking about changing and the part that says and appointed by the president. And so when it was a change from the way the last years I've been on the board, that's not how it was done. I'm asking about a change here, since this hasn't been taken to the policy committee, of which I'm a member. It hasn't been taken to the administrators on that committee.
Right.
So I'm asking for a change.
And so, and it's right, the next sentence though, right below it, on our current policy says, president may appoint at the organization meeting or as soon after the organization meeting as practical members of the board to establish standing committees where they shall serve a term of 1 year. So it was just adding in that language that had already been added right below.
I'm just asking about the appointment of chairpersons. I understand the next stanza. I understand what I've read. And that the practice was changed.
Practice has been changed, is what I'm trying to say.
What has changed is that the committees were formed. People were on the committees together. If there were two people, someone would say, do you want to be the chair? Do I want to be the chair? And then we would say, okay. If it were Mike and I would say, okay, Mike, you're the chair. And we would say, okay, this committee is now Mike and I, and Mike is the chair. Because we would talk about who had the time, who had bandwidth, who was comfortable with it, whatever. Just simply asking for a discussion on that. That why can't these be more internally collaborative to say this makes sense for the members of the board to or the members of that committee to decide? Give that power back to the members of the committees as they are.
So you mean like during that reorganization meeting for the two members of that committee to have a short conversation to see who wants to be the chair?
Yep, so that's what would happen. Yep.
Typically how it would happen, especially because we all serve on multiple things typically, like I might be the head of one thing, but then participate in the other thing, so instead of being head of two things, I might say, well, I'll head this up, but then I'll just be a committee member on this so that someone else can step in, so the way you don't have same people doing multiple things that maybe it's too much for them.
But that's also the assignment of committees. That goes into the next stanza where it's the assignment of committees. I think you're all reading into this because you're a little nervous of change. I'm not gonna lie, but I think that we've been doing this already. Every year at the reorganization meeting, the president asks people to give their preferences for committees and delegations, but has always decided it at the end. From Janine, Jen, Wendy, every single president that I've had has made that final determination at the reorganization meeting. And so I get what you're all saying, and I think that it sounds a little worrisome when you're like just looking at it, but that's what the policy has always been.
But we're reviewing it and making changes, so we're all adding our input.
Right, but there's a difference between input and what's statutorily required in the school code. So I'm saying that the appointment of those people is statutorily in the school code. I can't say it anymore. That's a law. If you don't like that law, you have to go talk to your legislatures. I can't change that law.
It's a law that says that the president determines the committee members and the heads of the committees. But that's the issue here, really.
Well, I think the word was may, right? And I think
It's at,
my interpretation is that Antonio's giving the legal verbiage to what we did in our last reorganization meeting.
Like that.
If all the policies are, if all the policies are so much like.
If it's so
static
rigid,
and,
why are we?
like
even-
rigid, yeah,
won't
then
even
there's no
vote
point
on
of
it.
having any
Just
revision to
get rid of it.
policy.
Oh, but there's the idea of adding more, right? So that's what we do with our policies. We make them specific to Riverview. So if there are additions to the school code that go beyond what the state legislature has already like designated, right? Then we add those, but we can't take away from what they've already.
Yeah, I don't
What
think
they've
anyone's
already
taking it
declared,
away.
you
I
know
think
what I
they're
mean?
just trying to add some sentences or some clarity around pieces of this that sound very black and white, like this is the only way it can be done. As opposed to how we've done it for all the years that I've been around, at least to say. Like, yes, the president helps to appoint, these positions, but it's discussed and agreed upon and such, that's all.
Yeah, I think.
And the committee descriptions to me are just specific to our board. Our committees are not the exact same as Plum or Penn Hills or whoever else is, right? Like, they're generally probably the same, but like, we can decide what their descriptions, are.
No, absolutely.
I think there's a school code section 407. Gives the ability to the local boards to set the rules and regulations of how you want to operate your district.
Yeah.
Okay, it's like kind of a general statement. I think that's pretty much all it says. It's like one sentence. You set your own guidelines for how you want to operate. So then take the other section of the school code, and I'm sure Antonio has it listed here, that says what role the president has in appointing to the committee. Okay, so you have a section that says, the president has the ability to appoint to committees. Now you're taking that general statement, you're saying, okay, how is that going to look at Riverview? Okay, this is how we want that to look, whether it's through collaboration at reorganization, consensus, who wants to serve. Those are the things that you can put more flesh on the bones of what the school code is saying. So, but to Antonio's point, you don't say, I'm going to take that authority away from the president because the school code gives that authority to the president. But you can describe how it's going to look for the president to follow that.
So we're taking into account preferences, availability, stuff like that.
Which you always have.
And yeah, we always have. I mean, we've done it a million different ways. The 1 year with Janine, we submitted our top 3 to her in an email. And then we had like people that were specifically, it was myself and Steph that were specific to get all of those emails, compile them, and then say, here's what everyone's choices were. Here's kind of like a slate based on those choices. Most people got their first choice or your second choice, and that was it. Or, another year with Jen, we had it where we all discussed it. I mean, it has literally changed every year.
I think it's just that the policy is what it is, like from school code. It serves as the skeleton or framework, whatever you want to call it. But we can always add to it.
Yes.
Right. Okay, so I think that the comfortability factor here would be some of us feel like it needs a little bit more clarity or a little bit more detail around these sections that sound very like you can't do anything but this, like it needs a little bit more nuance or something, just to make sure people, especially those of us that won't be here, in however many years, so that somebody else can pick this up and go, oh, okay, I understand how they do this, oh, they discussed it at the reorg meeting. If there's a tie or whatever, fine, then the president just decides, or something. Okay, great. So it just gives a little more description, I think, of like how that process works. I think that's all people are looking for.
So why don't we table this? I think that's the easiest thing to do. But then I'm going to ask all of the board members that have recommendations and considerations to then provide those. Because we're sitting here and we're talking about them, but like, in some of them, we have made actual revisions, right? We have put in the preference piece and the availability piece. But if we're just saying in general that those need to be added, but we're not saying what they look like and where to add them and how to add them, then that's just, it's not like, constructive.
Well, I think that the descriptions are easy in the sense that you go to each of the head of each of those areas and they review it and administration reviews it and says, does this look right? Did we miss anything? Like that to me is easy. I can look at the communications marketing side of it. I can check with Dr. Turk. I can be like, is this cover it all? You know, same thing with safety and whatever else, Forge Road, you know, like we can all review those. And then come with our edits, you know, next time.
Yeah.
Same thing with the other lines that sound very black and white, then we just add a couple more sentences to make them more clear. I think that's all that people are probably needing to.
Well, like for the chairing of the committee, we could just add so much in the last line that we added, you know, preferences and availability, like. Additional line. But I agree in terms of tabling.
Okay, so then at this time I move to table, sorry, I need to go back. I move to table the 005 policy first reading to our next voting meeting. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? And all those who abstain? The ayes clearly have it. I'm not loading, but item 8, is it 8B? Number 2, yeah. Board, thank you. You all. Board policy review, first, second, and third reading. It would be an emergency motion for 2B. It's policy number 805.2, student/staff safety and access to education. Is there a motion? Thank you all. Is there a motion?
Oh, sorry, Chipara, so moved.
Thank you. And then a second? Second. Thank you. Discussion on this policy.
I have something.
Yeah.
I think we can all assume that we all want families to be safe, right? I would like the community to know that this policy changes nothing. I feel like we were praised last week and in the media when this policy was literally copied and pasted from other policies and laws that we already have. Changes nothing that the school district currently does or would do again if something else happens in the near future. I would hope that the community asks why this policy was created when it changes nothing. I believe it was just made to look like the board was doing something during a heated time. The president wrote this policy without the full approval of the board. Some approved, some didn't. I believe it didn't need to be written at all.
I mean, yeah, I will, and I'll start. I understand some of what you're saying, I think, but to be honest, yes, it was written out of, like, because of what happened, absolutely. And it was written, yes, with taking the advice of our legal counsel who had their own kind of guidelines drafted. Again, PSBA who had their own guidelines drafted, and the PDE who had their own guidelines drafted. But PDE actually says you should make a policy as a district. And I think we talked about this last time, but the reason being is that administrative regulations and what the administration chooses to do, if Neil's out and then it goes to his second in command, whoever that is, right? They could choose to do something completely different. Could be a new administration, who knows when. But policy again allows the district to know here's the skeleton. And then we ask the administration to put the flesh on those bones, right? To add to the person, to make it whole. Again, this is guidelines that were already published. and that, yes, we're already following, but it doesn't need to be followed. There's the difference, is having a policy makes it so that it's consistent across the district, that the district knows that this is our bare minimum. How the administration chooses to make sure that the bare minimum is followed is a different story. And no one's like stepping on, and I hope that the administration doesn't feel as if we're stepping on their toes. And if they do, I would hope that they would voice that concern. But I think Dr. English also said last week, this is already what we're doing. This just helps to put it into a policy so that the district as a whole is uniform. And truth be told as well, I have sent this to other school districts who have contacted me about this. I've even discussed it with PSBA. So, I mean, this could very well be something that PSBA pushes out through the PNN network where we get our updates from.
When that was sent, was that sent as you as an individual board member presenting that?
Yeah, because I, as an individual board member, created it. I may have a title, but we all have a title here. We're all board members, first and foremost. So again, that's where it goes back to the whole idea of policy creation. Anyone can bring a policy forward. None of you have to vote on accepting the policy. But I don't see why we wouldn't want to set parameters around this for our district, and it also gives the administration fallback. They are doing now what they have been instructed to do versus what they think, or like what they're being kind of guided to do. And so it takes the onus off of our administrators who says, you can't come into our schools without a judicial warrant. Right? You can't access student information. Well, I'm just following a board policy. I'm not following my solicitor's guidelines. I'm not following PDE's guidelines. I'm not following PSBA's guidelines, because a federal agency or local law enforcement are not going to give a flying rat's. If that's what you're saying. I'm following what other bodies are saying you should do. But if you're following a board policy that you have to do, it's a little bit different.
I think I would also like to add that, like, although some of these guidelines may have been pre-existing, they were in like different locations, right? And also, this is updated to our current situation that everybody is living in, right? And it was, in my opinion, I would feel like I wasn't being responsible as a board member if I didn't do what I felt would be the most helpful for our community. And so having a policy that like parents could easily find and look at to figure out what are we even doing in this, brave new world that we're living in, is very important. As well, this helps to create a scaffolding. Like, I think, everybody's probably like researched, what can we do about this situation? And like, there's different checklists that administrators can use. There's scripts that they can use when people come on into our front doors where our schools are, And so the scaffolding of this, policy encourages the creation or the use of available scripts and checklists so that we are doing everything that we can to keep our students safe. And that's mostly what I wanted to add, both like as a parent, as a person of color, living through during these times. This is a sensitive topic, and if we had no plan or just said that, oh yeah, we have like some pre-existing policies for this, check these 4 different like sections, that might be like not as easy for parents to do it versus just going to one document and knowing where the school stands on this issue. So that's what I wanted to add.
Dr. English, do you find this to be a helpful policy to have in place?
I don't think it hurts to have a policy in place. Does take a bunch of things, put it into one place, provide a little bit of framework. And I think as long as the policy reads to law enforcement more generally, I think that seems to make some sense.
Yeah, I'm not sure how those were driven out of two versions. Is that what's listed here?
I don't know. The one on,
What's being actually,
board docs is, I don't think it is. Oh, there's the two versions, yeah, so they have both of them to discuss both of them.
so, I'm just trying to 2 cents here. I think I mentioned this last week as well. What, this issue to me has highlighted is that at the district, while we have a policy that's 805.1, that's called Relations with Law Enforcement Agencies, that policy is more geared towards what the school code requires us to have with our local police departments, which is an MOU, in terms of when they're going to respond to assist in different incidents that take place at the district. What it doesn't do is create the outline, which this policy does through the guidelines that we've issued, that says, well, how do we respond when someone shows up knocking on the door? And so right now we have nothing that talks about that, whether it's local police officers, whether it's CYF that comes, whether it's, a drug task force. There's nothing, our policies are silent. So from my perspective, as the solicitor, we should have something in place that gives that guidance to our staff and to our administration. That's not just specific as to the incident that occurred in the district, but that's more broad in terms of we're going to apply the same principles and the same guidelines, regardless of which law enforcement agency shows up at the district. Because there could be just as much, because I know some of this is making sure that the families, are receiving the services that they need. But those other situations, besides what just recently happened, can create just as much turmoil in a student's life as that situation did. So you want to have those same principles apply across the board. So the version, and I'm not sure how they look in your documents, the version that has my suggested changes makes it more general so that it's applying to all law enforcement agencies.
That's the one that says revised, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know the version I had sent out had yellow highlight.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I would encourage you to especially, and I mean, thankfully, the immediacy, I guess, has been somewhat resolved. From what I understand, is that we take the time to look at it in a broader perspective.
Yeah.
And you may feel that you need a specific policy to address that more invasive situation. But I do strongly recommend that we have a policy that addresses everything as well, because right now you don't.
That's something the state doesn't have.
I know that in the other districts that our firm represents, I have definitely seen policies that are more specific in terms of, when law enforcement shows up at the district. Your policy, for whatever reason, I'm not sure why, but it does not.
Right. It's only specific to the police department's MOU.
Yeah, that MOU situation, which is required under a different section of and it talks about safe schools reporting and those types of things, but it definitely doesn't address this issue.
Yeah.
Whether it's this agency or your local police or CY, it doesn't address how should we as staff be addressing that, like the warrants situation, like the FERPA with student records, those types of things. The current policy doesn't touch on any of that.
So I'd say, yeah, yes, it doesn't change what we're doing. We have very strict legal guidance to do it, but also policy doesn't hurt to have some backing, as long as it's general, because, you know, as a group, we met as an emergency team, and we had some really deep discussions about, you know, this situation that we've dealt with in the last week, which we all care deeply about. And we also discussed broader, lots of things that are happening in our homes that are really traumatic. Kids' death and drug abuse and all the things that we deal with. We didn't want to like sort of cherry pick that one thing to say, you know, in terms of priority, this is more priority, or that it's like, it's hard to parse those things out. So I think having some generalities in the policy makes some sense, and it can provide really good guidance, I think. If written more general to add some of those, like, you know, precautions or safeguards in place.
Yeah, and I would also say, in the absence of a policy, what has happened, and I believe it's occurred out here at Riverview, is if CYS shows up at one of the buildings, I'm usually getting a call from either the principal or from the superintendent asking how we should handle this. And we walk them through there's certain things you have to comply with, because they do have certain authority, especially if they're looking out for the welfare of the child. So I believe that's happened out here. If I recall correctly, I think, and I know that I get a call and we walk through that process in the absence of a policy. But would this be helpful and even again, in that situation? Most definitely. Having guidelines in place, most definitely that would help. Then you don't have to pay me to take the call. Because you have a starting point, you know, and a game plan of how we're going to approach this situation.
Well, I appreciate that it encompasses lots of different authorities, because in that way, like you said, it's general enough to cover a number of different situations, and then you go from there.
All of them.
Yeah.
I did. I took all three and I put them together, and it wasn't like I sat there and then created the checklist that he needs to follow, right? That I think would be so intrusive. That I think would be overstepping our bounds as to write the policy, right? To say, okay, here's exactly step by step, everything you need to do, starting from beginning to end. I think that's a little too intrusive to tell the administration, because there are going to be, every situation is going to be unique. And so, you know, Dr. English and the rest of the administration needs the ability to have some flexibility in what that case and that situation looks like and how they move. But again, this just gives those generalities, and I'm fine accepting your revisions as friendly amendments so that it would just replace the other one.
Well, I mean, I appreciate that, but it's up to you. I think if you just pull it up on the screen, you may not have even seen it before right now. And while I again agree, I think there was an emergency situation that needed to be addressed last week. You know, the question I guess I would have is, do you want to take some further time? This is an important thing, and it's important to, I don't say get it right, but it's important to make sure that it's what you as your board in this district wants. You know, so I would encourage you to take a close look at it and make sure it's lining up with what your values are and what your vision is for this district.
I'm okay with it as you edited it, and as I've received it. I think those edits look good to me.
And while there's one, I will say, while there's one family that is resolved, I don't know that that's resolved for all families. So to say that there's not enough, or something that's more immediate would be very balanced to say that's a.
I wouldn't want to get a call tomorrow and say.
Right. I mean, because anything could change. Right overnight, there could be people knocking at your door tomorrow. So yeah, I don't know that.
So which version of this would we be considering?
The
The revised version.
Why can I never
From
say
Falco's
that
office.
name right? That's why I said MDM when I like was reading the one thing.
Halo.
Yeah, Halo, thank you.
Uh-huh.
When I say the E so bad, it's the consonants.
To recall the question to vote on that version of this policy.
Does anyone have any other discussion?
I just wanted to add that I think that it's important to remember that if policies weren't necessary, then we wouldn't have any. The whole idea of any policy is not only to ensure that we're following the law as is written in Pennsylvania and in the as federal law as well, but is also to ensure that we're leaving behind for any administrator that, oh, did you lose audio?
Yes, we sure did, and at the most important juncture.
Sorry. I think the most important element of this is that we're leaving behind that it doesn't, that, you know, while we have great confidence in our administration as it sits today, that may change in the future. And we're also leaving behind where we may not be on the board, a policy that is in place that we feel confident will support our students and the families that are in our district. And I think that's like the overarching purpose behind any policy.
And I would just echo again that, you know, yes, PSBA puts out model policies. Yes, you can follow, you know, the letter of the law, but some over here use the word nuanced. You know, you are the ones elected from your community. You know your community. You know what issues you're facing, and you should have the ability and do have the ability to create policies that are specific to your community, to your school district. So, and that is one of the primary purposes of the board, is to establish policies that are going to guide how you approach those things in your community. So, it's an important function.
Any other discussion? So then I will move to call the question on the MDM revised policy as it reads. I actually have oh, no, that's okay. All those in favor of the adoption of board policy 805.2 as an emergency policy, please signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed signify by saying nay. And all those who abstain. I will abstain. Policy clearly passes. Thank you all for your discussion as well. I think that the community definitely appreciates that. Okay. Item 9, motions for approval of personnel. 9A, motion for approval of personnel items as listed. I would like it to be as listed. Are there any objections to that? Seeing none, is there a motion for this?
Carl, so moved.
Thank you. Second?
Siri, second.
Sorry, who you giving it to?
I heard.
I heard 3 people.
Mr. Kennard. Thank you. Any discussion on the 4 items listed under 9A?
Thank you to the staff. I'm Loeffler. Am I saying that last name correctly?
Leffler?
Loeffler. Thank you. For their service to the district. It's appreciated.
Honestly. Thank you so much. I know that Ms. Loeffler has been here for, I want to say, over 20 years.
15.
There we go.
I just wrote in their letter today. She and I started at the same time.
Any other discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. And all those who abstain. Cool. Ayes have it. Moving right along, motions for approval under personnel. Item 9B, motion for approval of personnel items as listed 1 through 6. Are there any objections to moving them as listed?
I would like to have them listed because some of them do have an impact on. Okay,
You gotta allow.
yeah, I'd like to write out.
Yeah, that's fine. Motions for approval under personnel number 9B, motion for approval of personnel items as presented. 1, acceptance of resignation of the varsity head football coach Trevor George, effective January 12th, 2026. 2, the acceptance of resignation of junior high head football coach Jacob Ryder, effective January 17th, 2026. Number 3, acceptance of resignation of varsity assistant track and field coach Mark Jones, effective January 10th, 2026. Number 4, 2025-2026 event workers as detailed below, pending any clearance, notification, and/or health requirements. A, Aaron Boyer. Number 5, the 2025-2026 supplemental positions as detailed below, pending any clearance, certification, and/or health requirements. A, Sarah McGuire, junior high girls volleyball coach. B, Jennifer Brenza, junior high girls volleyball coach. And Adam Park, varsity assistant track and field coach. Number 6, the approval of volunteer coaches as detailed below, pending any clearance, certification, and/or health requirements. A, Colton Lohman. B, Sean Sullivan. C, Kevin Aptanis. And D, Jeremy Ricketts. Are there any motions at this time?
Chaparro, so moved.
Thank you. Any seconds?
Webster, second.
This is 9B, correct?
It is,
Yes.
it's an error.
Okay,
It got moved around, that's fine.
okay. Thanks.
Any other discussion? Thank
Thanks to
you.
all the volunteers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and thank you to our audit director and administration for finding a quick varsity assistant track and field coach. It's definitely helpful since the season is right on our heels.
I will recuse myself from this section. if That's okay. Is that where I do that here? Different than abstaining?
Well, you can't recuse yourself.
I think you just abstained.
Yeah.
I didn't know you were the board picked before I wrote this. I would have separated it out. But you'll fill out a conflict of interest stating your abstention because of relation.
Super.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm sorry. And then any other comments or concerns? And then in the future, you can just ask for it to be pulled out and I'll just read it separately so that it's all voted separately, so you can vote on things. Any other discussion? Move to call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying nay. And all those who abstain.
I will abstain.
Thank you, sir. Alrighty. Now it is time for our second hearing of the citizens. This is for any school-related topic. So if at this time, if you would like to speak, I would ask that you please come up, state your name and your address, and keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. Please keep in mind that the board does not typically respond to public comment, but rather takes the hearing into consideration for future governance. And also please realize that all comments and meetings are recorded. At this time, is anyone wishing to speak in our public comment section?
Hey, all. My name is Roger Pagoda, 718 Washington Avenue. Actually, not that long ago, I actually served on this board. After a lot of self-reflection, conversations with people that I love, I trust, I determined it was best for me and my mental health to step away. The past couple of weeks, when friends and community members have asked me why I quit, I say it was something I had to do for my mental health, which is true. But to be specific, the reason I quit is the board president, Antonio Paris. Real quick, I just want to offer, I might go over my 3 minutes. So if anybody wants to talk to me about this, happy to give my phone number. So find me and I will share. Okay. There's not been a moment since I've met him, but I haven't thought he has anyone's best interest at heart but his own. He's rude, dismissive, he's arrogant. There's not a bone in his body that I believe he truly cares about any of our children or their experiences at our school. Antonio leans on the law like a crutch, and he uses it as to his perceived advantage to bully and intimidate other board members. Admittedly, I can be a bit much, but I've never been threatened with litigation until I met the board president, and I've now been threatened twice in my life. If he disagrees with you, threat of legal action is just the tip of the iceberg. I've witnessed him calling honest, concerned citizens racist and homophobic simply for disagreeing with him. It was a 100% baseless claim. It's just the only defense he had when he felt attacked, and it is a gross impedance of the progress of this board. Things got so bad about a year into my term, and in the spring of 2025, I actually reached out via text to Antonio to express some concerns I've been having surrounding the ways he treated people, particularly behind closed doors. His response to me boiled down to him telling me that he's not responsible for telling me about the minority experience and that I haven't earned his energy. Antonio, you're on the board with 8 other people, and they're expected to collaborate with you. You owe every one of these people your energy. I asked for your time. All I wanted was your time.
I feel like I have to, I'm sorry, Mr. Pagoda, I have to interrupt there. I believe there is a board policy that does not permit personal attacks.
Great, then find me. I will tell you all about this. Thank you, Falco. I appreciate your time, board. Have a great night. I understand. Thank you for your comments, regardless.
Thank you.
Hello, Paula Tomlinson, 234 3rd Street. Hi, welcome back.
Thank you.
Thank you for raising your hand. Thank you to everybody else who raised their hand. This job is, I commend all of you for taking on these tasks because I couldn't do it. I thought about it, but I couldn't do it. Maybe when my kids are graduated, I will. Number one, I want to know more about the Seton Hill program. My older son is a junior at college, and I was completely unaware that he could have taken college courses while in high school. Maybe he was not a candidate, or his counselor maybe didn't think he was a candidate for that, and it was COVID, and we were in between counselors, but I want to know more about it, and I hope if it's Dr. Turker, I don't know who, if it's just the counselors who might be talking about such a program, who do I talk to? I have a 9th grader.
College and high school.
Hmm?
College and high school.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mr. Hewitt.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Number 2, I want to congratulate Lexi Alice. We just approved her tonight. She's an alumni. I think that's fantastic. Coming full circle that we're bringing her on board. I think it just says she's a temp. I am concerned about what happened last 2 weeks ago in our community. I am friends with families in our school district right now that fear this. I appreciate the quick response the school district as well as the borough put out. It gave peace of mind, and I would like you all to expedite the process on all of it, from CYS to, I mean, there's a lot. The umbrella will cover a lot, but because of the families that I personally know, I appreciate you maybe putting that task closer to the top of your list, and consider it along with the other parties that would cover. I think that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Emily Erdeljak, Captanis, 143 Oak Meadow Drive in Oakmont. I was glad to see the discussion of the bus company come up on the agenda. I know that these past 2 weeks, we've had several instances, 2 accidents, one wrong turn that took us from Fayette County to Somerset amidst a snow squall. Allegheny Transportation, I recently learned, was bought out by a private equity, Beacon Mobility. They operate, I believe, in 26 different states across the United States. So it's no longer that hometown kind of situation. So I'm eager for us to look at other opportunities. Certainly safety is first and foremost. It was all handled very professionally, very well. Kids were fine, but it does make me nervous in a short period of time that there were multiple incidents. In regard to the policy, I want to speak not only as a parent, but as a teacher. As a teacher, I feel a policy gives some guidance. Someone said something about falling back on. It gives me would give me guidance professionally. And also, if something was called into question, your teaching staff and your administrators would be able to refer to concrete board policy, not just proposition or something that's been discussed kind of on a whim. Also, as a parent, I love the idea of knowing what the policy is. If this happens in my son's school, what can I trust that my district's going to do? I definitely think giving ultimate decision-making to the administration is important. I think that they are at the helm. They're directing that ship every day. But as the board, I feel you do have a responsibility to speak to and protect not only the families in your community and the children, but your teachers and staff as well. So thank you for everything you all do. Thankless job, but you do a great job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sylvia Sullivan, 139 Oak Meadow. First of all, thanks for considering me, and I think you're gonna do a great job. All of us were good candidates, so I don't think that was a wrong choice. And I gave this suggestion to Dr. English, and unrelated to anything anybody else has talked about, but when you were doing the student stuff and like reading that stuff out, I think that was last month or last week. I just was thinking, some boards do like certificates or like actually send emails to the families first saying like, hey, your kid's gonna be honored at the board meeting, or, and then they can use those like on their resumes to college and things like that. It probably, I told Dr. English, it probably wouldn't cost much to print out certificates or like make sure to invite them. I think it would encourage community members to come to the meetings. And it would be honoring the students a little bit more. I mean, you mentioned all their names and everything, but giving them like a certificate that they were honored at the board meeting. And maybe you don't do everybody that you talk about, but like pick certain people or something like that. But I think it would, you know, encourage more interest and also honor the students more. So just an idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
I forgot one thing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I want to congratulate the girls' basketball team going to the playoffs.
Yeah.
So we play next Tuesday
night.
against Fort Cherry. And I was on the bus Friday night. We did get on Route 70 going the wrong direction.
No.
And no, but yeah, but you shouldn't have heard it the way you heard it. We were fine. They played trivia the whole way home. Yeah, she went the wrong way. It was horrible. She got us home safe. It was late. She let us go to Sheets. We went to the bathroom, we got snacks. I promise you. My son was on the bus when the Amazon truck sideswiped it. Yeah. They were okay. But she might have also been the driver that drove Saturday morning that slid off the highway. And the highway was really bad that morning. But she was in control at all times. Yeah. It was horrible Friday night. But I don't want to bash her because there were a lot of people bashing her.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to make sure you all knew the girls were going to playoffs.
Are you sure this isn't a Tomlinson thing? I'm pretty sure your son was on the bus on the way to playoffs and all things.
I know. Kevin was on the bus going to wild things that. Yeah.
Right, so. Careful.
You don't like
Tomlinson's, yeah.
Listen, McFadden, 821 11th Street, Oakmont. I just wanted to say thank you to the board for considering me as a potential candidate. I've learned a lot through this process and had a lot of good insightful conversations along the way. And I really appreciate the consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. I wrote something down. I don't know what I'm allowed to say anymore.
Can you add your name?
My name is Olga Pagoda. I live at 718 Washington Avenue. I think I am concerned about something that I've heard over the last number of years regarding the board and claims of intimidation, whether that be social media based, rumor based, legal action. My request for the board for tonight is that I understand your jobs are very challenging and you guys are dealing with a lot and you're not even getting paid for being here. But I encourage you guys to think independently, not let yourselves get pushed into corners, and include our incredible staff and administration that have dedicated 10, 20, 30 years of their lives to our children and our neighborhood, and that we act collaboratively with them and don't leave them out of conversations.
I think that, yeah, not sure again what I'm going to say, but, there's one board member in particular that I have a concern about. And not just because of my husband, but because there's a woman taking pictures of me also in the back. So I understand you guys might have concerns about safety, about social media bullying, things like that. But try to be strong and try to think for yourselves. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Anyone else? No? Okay. Thank you, everyone. We will move into committee reports right now. Finance committee, any report?
I do not have anything at this time, but I will remind the board and the public that we have a formal finance committee meeting Wednesday, March 4th at 1 p.m.
Thank you for that reminder. Any questions for the finance committee? Twice. So, alrighty, education committee.
Okay, so we have an education report, which was quite long. Some of the items on here are sort of repeats from when we had the principals in at the last meeting. Definitely go over highlights. Also, these notes are available online. Got Burner and Come Street. Grade 2 at Burner complete their Greek mythology and wax museums. Targeted assistance at Burner began. It's great. Grade 5 at 10th Street Elementary is preparing for their wax museums. The elementary science fair, grade 3 through 6, will be held February 27th at 6 p.m. at the 10th Street Gym. February 27th, 6 p.m. at the 10th Street Gym for the science fair. Grade 6 students at 10th Street and Burner were participating in STEM float parade, and students coded moving floats that travel through the cafeteria. That sounds like a lot of fun. Let's see, at Burner, that was the end of the marking period. There were 20 students earned honor roll, which is 80% or higher, 85% or higher. 16 students earned high honor roll, and 15 earned perfect attendance, which is great, especially with all the weather issues we've been having. Let's see, there's more. Let's see, there was a lot of iReady assessment diagnostic results that we have received back, and 75 students at Burner are performing above grade level. 76 students are within one grade level below, and there's a strong performance for grades K through 6. At 10th Street Elementary, 407 students were assessed. 565 students were performing above grade level. And particularly, there was strong growth across all grades, and that growth was quite strong in grades K through 2 and grades 4 through 6. Burner Elementary had, out of 163, 89 students at or are at or early on grade level reading. Moving on to 10th Street Elementary, 306 students are at or above grade level with notable strengths in comprehension, informational text. And there's ongoing growth in both reading and mathematics. While students' populations are different at the two schools, instructional practices, expectations, curriculum delivery remain aligned across both buildings. Some of these following things were discussed at the previous meeting, but I will go over a few of the highlights, especially if some folks may have missed that meeting. So this is for our future programs that we're hopeful for and future planning. The elementary administration team is currently exploring the possibility of creating a new STEAM computer science specialist for grades 4 through 6, and which will be very helpful across many disciplines. There's also a counseling service focus, allowing the guidance counselor to focus fully on counseling and student support services by removing them from specials rotation. For staff efficiency, this would help eliminate the need for Mrs. Filter to travel between buildings to provide instruction at 10th Street. Library service enhancement. Currently, Mrs. Madden spends approximately 4.5 days per week at the elementary level. If we add the STEM teacher, that would allow Mrs. Madden to be assigned. If we added a STEM teacher, would allow her to be assigned to the high school, an additional one-on-one, 1 to 1.5 days per week. This would strengthen library services at the secondary level. I did kind of want to add, if anyone's wondering, I subbed at both schools. I subbed at both elementary schools, and it's very difficult and draining if a teacher has to go back and forth between buildings. So this will definitely make the teacher's life easier, and they'll be able to be more joyful in the classroom. So I wanted to add that a little tidbit. And also, they are hoping to provide essential skills such as keyboarding, digital productivity tools such as Microsoft Suite, Excel, PowerPoint. We are hoping to add math support, math coaching, creating a possibility for target math coaching and support, half a day per week of additional assistance at the 10th Street students. And this is a tentative exploratory phase that the administrations are carefully evaluating and how this will impact staffing needs and also budgetary concessions. So these are considerations before making any formal recommendations. Okay. And then many of the updates for the high school were also listed at the last meeting, but I do want to mention mid-year grades for seniors were sent to colleges this week, which is amazing. And school counselors are in the classrooms to help students schedule for the 2026 through 2027 school year. iReady assessments will begin in the spring, and for grades 7 through 8 in math and English, the students were performing at or above grade level for mostly 68% of all students. At the previous meeting, we talked about future planning for replacement of the computer science / social studies teacher, Dina Holston. And it's a possibility. So nothing is definite yet, but we were made aware that this might be coming down the pipeline. So that's something that us parents should know also. So that being said, since this teacher fulfilled 2 roles, there may be a need in the future to have 2 separate teachers, for one for computer science and then one for social studies. And if we do have the 2 separate teachers, then that would give us the ability to offer advanced robotics classes again. And also overall, it will increase the number of elective slots by 7 in high school. So that would also double the number of computer science programming electives offered in a year. So that would be great for our students to have those opportunities. And I also wanted to mention that they were hoping to be able to mix in AI programming courses with that too. So those are my education updates.
Thank you. Any questions for the education committee?
I just have one question. I mean, this is an amazing thing to go through. It's so in depth. How difficult is it to, maybe it's not the right time on, on a monthly basis, but more so maybe on a quarterly basis or end of the year, to be able to stack performance, right? So some of the areas that you talked about, X amount of kids have achieved honor roll, X amount of kids are in AP classes, X amount of kids are at a grade level or above. How are we able to visualize performance this year versus last year versus the year before, so that all the efforts that the administration's been doing and everyone's been doing is showing up that, hey, we were at 70 percentile of making it up last year. This year we're at 77 percentile. Next year we plan to be on 80 percentile because again, we're doing all of these components, whether or not it's adding features to the mix or enhancing the curriculum. I don't know if we do that or not.
To visualize the change. Yeah.
I know there's some things around iReady and some of the scores that and the tests that happen.
I'll send you we do a big,
super
huge state and district report.
Right.
It's like a district scorecard.
Yeah.
Basically, that has graphs and trajectories.
The one that's sent to everybody.
It's on.
It's posted on the website.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I know there's one that gets.
I'm putting it on my action.
Shows up. The report.
On my action.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
there's a
great.
couple different
Got
ones, and then we've also been
I
trying.
got
to
you.
make-
Okay. Thank you.
Pull out some of those
Okay.
and post them too sometimes, because
Super.
it's for a long. Like in-
That's okay.
But I'll send it to you.
Right.
Any other discussion items or questions for education? That's great. Safety committee.
The workplace safety committee meeting, we had it on 1/16/26. The workers' comp injury reports, that's the point of the meeting we had, 0 for Verner, 0 10th Street, 0 high school, that's what we want, 3 zeros. We reviewed and updated the safety bylaws, which is something we do every year. A repair was done to an exhaust fan in the high school on 1/17. And we're gonna meet again on 2/19.
And so I also, I know that this came up between, myself and Leanne. And so more so for the rest of the board, but to also ask Falco and Neil too. Is the safety committee tasked with doing anything other than the workers' comp? I thought that in the past, they were also looking at like buildings and grounds, they were looking at the security of the school, like all of those things, and then.
It's related to worker safety, yeah.
And then, yeah, like I think Leanne's interpretation is that it's just workers' comp. And so,
I think the reason that it
To prevent- prevent.
Is
Yeah,
to prevent workplace safety. I think we sort of parlayed into safety, the public safety committee reports to expand to include, with walkthroughs and some other things. I think we're planning to add to the safety committee so that, Mr. Mader and eventually Dr. Turk will kind of put some of those safety items in place and then add the safety committee to public committees. And everybody shows up to can present some information. So that's the goal for the future. But up to this point, like Leanne said, it really has, the workplace safety is really important and it gives us, there's a insurance component to that as well that allows us to save money on insurance costs.
5% off of our workers' comp if you are required to have a safety committee at your district. If you do not and you cannot provide minutes and board information that you've met and completed the annual training, then you can be penalized by PDE or an additional 5%.
We also sometimes like have reports on like the safe to say. Like.
Oh, yeah,
like things,
all right,
like if
that's a
they're,
report for you guys.
yeah,
for
like
the
they,
year and
the safety,
safety
whoever,
that we
not
do
you,
in
but like
executive
whoever
session.
else in the district would like provide a safety
Yeah.
report on the year of like, these were incidents or these were things that were resolved.
a separate thing.
Yeah,
You
like
guys
a
get
separate.
that towards the end of the year. All the board gets
That
that.
we all get that, yeah, so I feel like that crosses sort of like the safety committee, but it's not really like a monthly thing.
It would just be nice to like have more than workers' comp for the safety committee in terms of like, you know, the safety of our actual buildings and like what's going on with students, right? Because workers' comp is only dealing with our employees. So then what's happening with the safety of our students? What are the security guards doing? Maybe trainings that they're doing, professional development trainings that the staff is doing, implementations that we can expect to see like each year, you know, like the window decals, for instance, or I don't know, just stuff like that, that is encapsulating more than workers' comp. So when I'm hearing like, I guess I had a misinterpretation of what the safety committee was my entire time of being on the board, because I thought they were encapsulating all of those things. And then come to find out that they're not, I'm like, well, I mean,
That's why-
workers' comp is great, but like, if
That
that's,
makes sense to like public, but that was an issue like last year.
well, no, and then well, now that you say it, I'm like, that completely made sense to me now. But I was like, but before, but I'm saying like, I didn't get that connection last year when we were talking about it. I was like, well, why wouldn't it make sense to have a public meeting on safety if it's a committee and it's meeting about the safety of our school district? But yeah, to your point, workers' comp, yeah. So just food for thought, I guess.
Only a 5% discount?
Not if Sheila's in charge, she'll get one.
She might get a service.
Maybe if it's like a clean record for 3 years, it goes up a little bit.
Well,
right.
if you have a clean record for a number of years, that depends on what your experience rating is and all of your workers' comp insurance payments based on the gross amount of payroll annually. So it's significant.
Any other questions, comments, concerns for safety? He said, never mind. Okay. Student life committee report.
So, music recruitment assembly on January 8th, students of grades 4 to 6 at 10th Street Elementary participated in music recruitment assembly with Verner Elementary. Students learned about band, orchestra, and choir programs and how to enroll. As a result of the assembly, all 3 programs gained new student participants. There's a book buddies program at 10th Street. On January 23rd, students from junior, senior high school visited 10th Street Elementary to participate in the book buddies program. High school students partnered with elementary students to read together, promoting literacy, mentorship, and positive cross-age relationships. Student council, 10th Street Student Council continues to lead service and leadership initiatives, including wear a pair, share a pair pajama drive. That was just held this past Friday. Valentine's card project in February, creating cards for individuals and hospitals. The focus on children's conventions. They had a toast to a New Year activity in which classrooms wrote New Year's resolutions. Student council created a hallway display highlighting these resolutions. And ongoing activities to promote kindness, responsibility, and community involvement. They have PBIS school-wide incentives. 10th Street Elementary continues to strengthen positive school culture throughout the district's PBIS framework. As it moved into 2026. School transitioned from the Riverview Raider All-Star Board to the Ready, Respectful, and Responsible RRR raffle system. Students earn tickets for demonstrating positive behavior. Each week, students enter drawings for 2 prizes. This week's prizes included Jersey Mike's lunch with 2 friends or a $25 Panera gift card. This new system has been very well received by students and staff and has increased student engagement. I know both my kids came home talking about it and we're really pumped up about the opportunity to win Jersey Mike's lunch with their friends. With some assemblies on January 3rd, the Children's Institute visited 10th Street Elementary to present the Kids on the Block and Amazing Kids programs. These programs focus on empathy, inclusion, and understanding disabilities. In addition, the Pittsburgh Zoo will visit this Friday to present the Radical Reptiles program, providing students with hands-on science learning experiences. PTO sponsored events and family engagement. 10th Street PTO continues to support student life and family engagement throughout a variety of events. The special person stands on this Friday, February 13th, will be held in the gym, serving as a fundraiser for the 6th grade committee. Elementary science fair is going to be held on Friday, February 27th, just a reminder, and ongoing community events to support student programming and school spirit. The outdoor classroom project, we got an update last Monday. That's moving forward. The final design specifications have been shared with us. The PTO is preparing to sign contracts with the furniture company, the landscape company created, and planning is progressing toward construction. All right, the junior, senior high school, there's a bunch of things for clubs. Read them all. Yes.
Sure.
That's up to you guys. It's 10:14. It's on the published document online.
That's great stuff.
That's great stuff.
Great stuff.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that all right?
Yeah, I guess.
I think so. Yeah. This will be another 5 minutes. We're just reading it. Whatever you want. All right. I think we're good to wrap it up there. The student life report, if everybody's in favor, then I'm fine with it.
Is there any questions for our student tonight? Cool. Policy committee, we canceled our meeting for this month so that myself and Aaron can both be present for our next meeting, which will occur in April. So check that. Any questions for us? The PSBA liaison report, Bridget, this year.
Okay, thank you. So I don't have too many things, and mostly the board just needs to review the document that I sent. It has a bunch of trainings listed, so please take a little time to review that to see if there's anything you might like to attend. All of those are hyperlinked, so if you click on any of them, you can get more information. I did attend the PSBA Liaison quarterly meeting. It was about an hour on January 22nd. There wasn't anything that I haven't already shared that was discussed during that meeting. I think the only big change that I wanted to highlight is that the legislative report that they send out, usually on Fridays, is now entitled Under the Dome. So if you saw that title change when you some of you previously got those emails, they're now entitled Under the Dome, and it's the same information generally, but it has a different title in the email, and the format is like slightly different. So that might have been confusing for some people. PSBA Advocacy Day is Monday, May 4th. There is a link in my report to sign up if you'd like to attend. I don't know specifically like what expenses are paid by PSBA. I'm assuming when you click the link that more information is available when you click the link. There is a Safety Committee CISA webinar series that's coming available. It's a 3-part and utilizes the CCSI, which is like the state agency that helps us with security. And there's some federal resources that are available as well. As I said, there's a bunch of trainings that are available. And then the Consortium of State School Board Associations, talk about an acronym that is very long, COSPA, is in Louisville, Kentucky in March. Their theme is Education, Evolution, Transformation, Transformative Leadership in Changing Times. And the keynote is Felicia Rashad. And that's all I have right now.
Any questions for our PSBA liaison? Okay. Moving right along. Communications and marketing update.
Great. So thank you to Dr. Turk for compiling our January update and all the work that he's done. I'll read through kind of the highlights, and then you'll see on the report on the second page, there's some graphics, photos and such that we put together with the different posts and photo updates on the website. We created articles and posts leading up to or recapping various events around the school district, including athletic events, classroom activities, field trips, student accomplishments. Examples were an update from our foods 1 and 2 courses at the junior senior high school, fire safety awareness at Verner, and Hearts Around the World project at 10th Street. Other activities highlighting boys and girls athletics events, including senior nights and promoting January band and orchestra winter concert. And there were also some staff highlights this month as well. Most notably, Mr. McConnell for the nomination for the Life Changer Award and Dr. Turk for the Pittsburgh Penguins MVP Principal Award. It was really awesome. We've continued this Did You Know series on social that we've been posting little infographic kind of posts with data around academic performance. This time it was ACT and SAT performance, and students being top performers higher than state and national averages. So some of this information lives in, say, the district or sometimes the Riverview Reporter information. So we're trying to just highlight these things throughout the year, grab them and in a digestible way with just like a graphic and a few lines of text. On the website, we've posted updated photos for the main slideshow, as well as keeping content up to date around the events and the different school pages. The main website is where you'll find the superintendent's bulletins, the food service updates. Also did a bunch of cleanup on the counseling webpage with the new parent portal access for Naviance. So that's a great resource that's new. And just overall kind of reorganized that page. So high school parents, check that out. On social media, also updated various articles with the website and posted academic and school and athletic activities around the district as well. There was a Trip Live article regarding the funding for the football field lights. I'm sure you probably have seen another article regarding a student athlete and scoring in basketball. And we use as many photos as we possibly can to spotlight the students' accomplishments. This month, there was also news articles from Trip Live around AP honor roll update from the College Board. And these are all posted with Facebook and X. And athletics specifically, we're planning to do a separate athletic X or Twitter page, and then have that be fed to our athletic website. Right now, it's Facebook, which really doesn't make sense since not everything is athletic oriented. And so we're trying to kind of clean that up a bit. And that way we'll keep academic and athletic and activities kind of separated on that platform. And we'll send a school messenger communication about this new page once it's up. Mr. Carter is going to be asking sports teams to have a point person to send just updates, photos, team, updates and things for social media. So that way we can make sure to be filling that feed. And also having a point person to keep up with stats and things like that. So we have stuff to report on either end of season or mid-season or whenever it's appropriate. And overall, just increase of followers on Facebook is really high. I'd say another 51 followers on there, which is great. 58% increase in interactions, content increase of 69% of interactions. Twitter, less so. It's a little bit smaller audience there, but we'll still continue to update that. And I think that's everything. Questions or anything we missed, please send it our way.
Thank you. As some of you may or may not know, Forbes has had some real struggles. I don't even know. I get a new email every day from Alex. So you guys got an email this evening before the meeting started. I did share it with Rainey, but I'll give you the most updated because it changes every 5 minutes. So this is from Ed. And he is telling us, wanted to provide a quick update progress of the restoration project for the weekend. We had hoped to have a temporary boiler system connected and doing the finishing touches for an in-person return to education sometime later during this week. Unfortunately, Mother Nature has bit them once again and continues to not cooperate. The frigid temperatures throughout the past weekend caused the gas line to freeze and have some issues. Several contractors were on site. They attempted to do a workaround right now and are hopeful that expanding the lines and couplings in the new temporary boiler system will allow us to proceed without a full-scale evacuation of the gas line. Fabrications of the lines commenced today. They are hoping to get back onto the site within the next 24 to 48 hours to install and do the workaround. This will substantially push back our timeline for reopening, likely into next week at the earliest. Keep you updated when details arrive. So the students that traditionally go to FORPS are now staying and they do study hall and are still getting instruction online and virtually. So they're doing the best they can. It is an unbelievable situation that they're going through at FORPS. So please support our kids that are not in the normal situation for them, and know that that FORPS team is every day. I feel bad for them, but they'll get like a glimmer of hope and then like a freeze. They're one more week back. So please keep our kids in mind and supported as they're very unusual situation. Much of what they do is hands-on, and so taking that into a different format can be really challenging for them. So keep FORPS in your mind, your thoughts. It's a lot.
Any questions for FORPS?
I would just want to convey that, yeah, definitely we're thinking about them. I can't imagine the difficulty and coordination that's being required to try to fix everything that they're trying to do. So
At one point it was, they're trying to bring a temporary trailer boiler system from Kentucky. So that was one of the solutions, was to try and get that here from Kentucky. So we'll see.
Any other questions, comments?
I was wondering, like, if they were using some space heaters, like electrical space heaters, to point at some of the pipes. Yeah, we've tried every year. Yeah, that was, I think, early last week. That was one of the things they tried. So they just everything, the weather cools and we're back to another issue. So it's kind of unbelievable, but they're doing a really good job of keeping us informed and keeping the kids on, keep going forward. So that's the most important part.
Any others? Going once? Going twice? So the legislative delegate report.
okay, I'm going to do my best to be concise, but if you looked at this report, it's 4 pages. So I'll do my best. So the governor made his 2026-2027 budget address on February 3rd. I did link a PSBA summary, but basically we're seeing in basic ed 50 million additional, special ed 50 million additional, ready to learn 526 million additional, ready to learn. Another area, tax equity, 32 million additional, minimum adequacy supplement, 6.4 million, career and technical education, additional 14 million, school facility improvement grant program, 125 million with 25 million earmarked for solar for schools. School safety and mental health, additional 111 million. I hope we could possibly see a little bit of more of those funds than we have in the past. Cyber charter reform, additional 75 million in annual savings. So it's not actual funds that we will see in our accounts. It's hopeful that we would see savings. And then universal school breakfast program, just funding to be able to continue that program. And then in my report, I did include, and I linked the source. It does have other areas, but it just shows the basic education funding for our district specifically, based on the proposed basic education funding budget. So again, not a done deal because we don't have a law, but what could be possible. In the House, the Education Committee had a hearing on the Future Ready PA Index, which is basically how they evaluate schools throughout the state. They had a House resolution for school director recognition. House Bill 2152, delaying secondary school start times. It would allow entities that voluntarily adopt later start times for secondary schools to apply for funding through school safety and mental health grant program to support transitions to new schedules. So it would provide financial support for that. So I don't know that that would improve our situation, due to the fact that Forbes was our main roadblock to adopting a later high school start time. House Bill 1706, mental health awareness training for coaches. This legislation would require schools to refer any student who abruptly end their school sponsored athletic or extracurricular activity to SAP, based on the presumption that such withdrawal is related to mental health concerns. There's a little bit of mental gymnastics there, in my view. I have to look more at that legislation, and I'll report more on that moving forward. House Bill 2176, social media literacy, would require the State Board of Ed to adopt academic standards regarding social media and mobile device usage and the mental, physiological, and physical impacts, and just like providing literacy tools for social media specifically. Senate Bill 375, AEDs at interscholastic athletic events. It would require AEDs for PIAA interscholastic athletic events. I don't think this would impact us, and Dr. English can speak to this. As I understand, we already have AEDs available, so it would not be an unfunded mandate for us. House Government Committee, this is very interesting. So there's discussion about House Bill 1291, the Newspaper Advertising Act. This is due to, so there's two competing bills here, one in the House and one in the Senate. One bill basically, unfortunately, the House bill basically requires districts to continue to do what they have always done in regarding to printing advertisements in general circulation in the newspaper. However, with the decreasing availability of such newspapers, 3 closed last year, and as we all are aware, the Post-Gazette is planning to shutter in May. This becomes increasingly difficult, and the Senate bill is much more flexible. Again, we want to make sure that we're notifying the public of meetings and notices and such. However, it's becoming more difficult to do that in the more traditional methods that have been used in the past. So House Bill 2146 is Sunshine Act 24-hour notifications. This comes down specifically to try to combat a recent PA Supreme Court decision. If the board would like to know more about this, I can look into it. It's much more complicated than what was provided in summary from the bill. The state Senate passed Senate Bill 1014, the statewide cell phone ban, and it's going to the House for further consideration. I would anticipate that it's going to be amended and sent back to the Senate before the end of the legislative session. House Bill 17, the mandated cursive writing that I discussed last month, that was brought forth from the Appropriations Committee, has gone to the Senate and been passed. So it's now returning to the House for concurrence. There were some changes made. Senate Bill 116, the healthcare career credits that we discussed before, is just talking about high school juniors and seniors being able to try to get credit toward graduation requirements. Senate Bill 974, that dual credit innovation grant. We talked about that last month, and I believe also in December or maybe November, is about expanding opportunities beyond high schools, but also with like community colleges and things like that. And the Senate Local Government Committee, again, as I discussed before, it's Senate Bill 194. It's trying to allow for increased flexibility for advertising and notice requirements. And I'm happy to take any questions because I know that was very fast. I was trying to be quick, but that's all I have.
Any questions?
Milk, what about the whole milk?
Oh,
Just
there
kidding.
wasn't any update about the whole milk, Leanne, but I can look at it and report on it next month for sure and see where it is.
Question.
Yeah, they weren't worried about flavored milk. They were just worried about whole milk. Having whole milk available instead of fat-free or reduced fat milk. It was being able to provide whole milk.
Yeah, the dual credit innovation grant, is there like a timeline, like when that application is due, or are they just proposing that they might create one?
They're just proposing that they may create one, and it's more about expanding opportunities for community colleges. Unfortunately, it appears as it stands now, it would actually take away funding from school districts because there isn't any provisions that would add funds to that grant. So there is some consternation around the lack of additional funding for that grant opportunity.
Dr. English, do you have anything to report for Eastern areas?
We met this month, we had a quorum, we voted on the bill, it was a very quick meeting. Nothing to report more than that.
Thank you. And then our solicitors report from Mr. Visconti.
Yes, we just continue to advise the administration on different personnel and student matters, and of course, involved in the policy bill.
Thank you, thank you. Before we wrap up, any board comments?
I hate to do this, but I think that we do need to have at least a brief executive session following our meeting to discuss a letter we received.
That I would say we should do in the public. If we want to discuss that letter, I think it should be done in the public.
Are you planning to read it?
If that's what the board, if the board wanted to discuss it, yeah.
I think it needs to be addressed. Because I'm kind of increasingly worried that sometimes there's like too much stuff going on behind the scenes that not everybody is aware of.
Yeah.
Either in the community or with certain board members, but then other board members are not a party to it. Because there were some things in the letter that we received, this was from the REA, that I know I wasn't aware of, that they're concerned about. So
yeah,
I think we need to, in the effort of bringing transparency, read that and discuss as needed in terms of how to respond.
More than happy to. Dr. English, are you okay with that? Yeah, so up to the board. So for context, everyone, we received a letter this evening from the REA president.
What's the REA?
Thank you. The Riverview Education Association. It's our teachers association. I don't believe that it was circulated to the all of the staff or anything like that to be voted on or anything. But nonetheless, I read the letter as it is addressed to the Board of School Directors for Riverview School District in Oakmont and Verona, PA, dated February 8th, 2026. It says, let me begin by expressing my thanks to all of the members of the board for your service to the Riverview communities and to the children that are given into our care. What we do is both civic obligation, but also, as Dr. Ertlejack used to remind us, a sacred obligation. The staff recognizes and honors the important role that you play in the work that we all share and the sacrifices you make in time, energy, and emotion. We can never point that out enough. Truly, all of you are a blessing to the Riverview communities. I also write to express my concern regarding some issues recently before the board. The week of January 26, all of Western Pennsylvania found itself besieged by a major snowstorm and then significant cold. We went to remote
learning model for most of the week, with the exception of Thursday when we did manage to have an in-person instruction. I became aware that at least some board members were questioning the decision of the superintendent to have in-person instruction on that Thursday and attempted to have that decision changed. While there are a great many issues that might be debated here, the one that preoccupies me at the moment is that the superintendent, as an officer of the state, certified and exercising legal authority, made a decision that some members of the board tried to overrule. Any organization needs a clear protocol for how decisions are made and who makes them. Weather-related decisions are the purview of superintendents. These decisions are part of what you hire them to do. It is not appropriate role for the board or for members of the board to insert themselves into questions of day-to-day operations of the district. The superintendent and the rest of the administrative officers are licensed and certified to supervise the staff and facilities. The board is not. Or to put it another way, your purpose is legislative while the superintendent's purpose is to exercise the executive powers. The board sets policy, it does not administer. It is certainly appropriate to ask questions so that you understand the reasoning behind decisions, but not to become involved in the decisions themselves. These guidelines are clearly spelled out in explanatory documentation provided by the Pennsylvania School Board Association and are rooted in the state code describing the powers and authorities of school board. It is worth noting that the state pa.gov specifically links to the PSBA website to provide explanations of school board governance. Additionally, I was dismayed to see that during the reports from the administrators, particularly Mr. Hewitt, they were questioned with some hostility and suspicion. For example, the discussion surrounding possibly taking a current position and turning it into 2 positions if a retirement were to occur. The deadline for applying for the retirement incentive in the RSD-REA collective bargaining agreement is March 1st. And honestly, someone could resign later than that if they are willing to forego the incentive. That said, the budget for next year is being workshopped now in order to meet local and state deadlines. The consequence is that the principals find themselves in the position of trying to anticipate retirements and resignations, even though those are not official and cannot be treated as such. During that discussion, Mr. Hewitt was pressed for details of when he knew and had to say that he does not in fact know, he is guessing. Furthermore, names of staff were inserted into the conversation and broadcast live, as well as saved to be shared via YouTube. While teachers are public employees and there is a public right to know regarding details such as salary, contract information, it seems safe to suggest that no employee expects that their potential retirement, a private decision until made, would be debated in a public forum. Finally, and perhaps on a more personal note, I am mindful of a reminder that Dr. English gives the staff on a regular basis. Assume good intentions. The events of the past few weeks, including the weather, but also events in our communities, have left many of us on edge, wondering perhaps what else can happen. I do not have those answers, unfortunately. In these kinds of times, it is helpful to stop and be aware that all of us are trying to do our best in the roles that we have been given to support children and help them grow. The images and interactions in recent meetings that show anger and frustration are completely understandable, truly. But I wonder if they are helpful, and I wonder if we have forgotten that everyone is trying to do the right thing. The words mercy and grace come to mind, even as I admit that I need to be reminded to practice mercy and grace. As many of you know, the mission of working with young people has become more challenging in the last few decades, both in a technical sense and in an emotional sense. Teachers need the support of board directors as we seek to navigate these challenges. We need a board that connects the schools to the wider community and represents that community. As teachers, we know the children and families that we serve. We interact with them every single day in class, in the hall, at lunch, and at extracurricular events. Often we know others in the community as well, but we are not as connected as all of you are. If you will, we see each individual child while you see the larger picture of the towns that make up Riverview. Both of those perspectives are important in making sure that we care for the children and represent our towns well. Again, I speak for our staff when I say that we are grateful for the support we do receive. The work you do is essential, and we have the highest respect for the efforts and your sacrifices. As president of the Riverview Education Association and on behalf of our faculty and staff, I would ask that the board of directors be mindful of their proper role in the governance of the district and in need to be supportive of all employees of Riverview as we work to be effective for the children that we serve. Robert N. Lindeman, President, Riverview Education Association.
Right. I bring this up just because I was concerned that our administrators were being questioned and I wasn't aware of it, like not in the public setting, but just kind of behind the scenes. So The board doesn't ever really want to receive a letter like this from the teachers union. Generally speaking, I don't think.
Agreed.
So,
I assume it hasn't
I'm
in a
sorry.
while.
I don't remember anything recent, not outside of like negotiation time
Yeah.
or something. Yeah, yeah. And not like completely unsolicited. So I guess my concerns are that we're seen as a group and not individuals. No one of us has more power than another, as somebody else mentioned earlier, in the hearing of citizens. So regardless of leadership role or not, or whatever, yeah, obviously any of us can ask a question of a teacher, principal, superintendent, whatever, that's fine. But I worry that some folks are kind of going direct to the source, and then it's sort of seen as like, oh, this board is like being really difficult, when it's not the board. It might just be certain people at certain moments because of certain things going on. And so I just want people to be reminded that we're all individuals, even though we obviously have to act as a board. So, I don't think it's a good look to have people be concerned, that like there's like bad vibes or like questionable things or, stuff going on behind the scenes. So one thing that I know I've been proud of for our board in the last 6-7 years, whatever it's been now that I've been on the board, is that I've had a lot of parents come up to me and say, oh, I don't come to meetings because I generally think everything's going really smoothly, so I don't feel like I'm concerned about anything. Yeah. When you have increased attendance, even though it's a good thing, sometimes it's because there's an issue, or because there's, obviously recently there was a significant event in our community people are concerned about, so that's fair. But 10+ years ago, when I started paying attention to the school board, there were hundreds of people in the auditorium in very angry fashion, like at people who sat on this board. So I wouldn't want us to get to anywhere near, what that was, when there were major cuts being made and people being let go and like all of that happened. So I just want us to be reminded of our role, and that not one of us represents everyone, but we kind of do, whether we want to or not. Because people will often be like, oh, well, Jen from the board said, and then that means that like it's all of our opinion, or something like that, which it's not. But whether it's the teachers union or parents or whoever, they see us as a unit. And none of us have more power over the other, whether they're vice president, president, or nothing, like just a board member or a committee member. So we need to remember that we're a governing body, and that it's not our role to get into the weeds and question everybody's decisions on Tuesday morning and Wednesday night and whenever else, or be texting administrators and being like, well, I don't know if I agree with it. Like, that's not how we should be operating. And so I was concerned to get this letter because it makes it sound sort of like we're not operating as a board correctly. And I don't think that's fully true. But there have been things in recent weeks that I could see where people be like, oh, well, I don't know, that's not quite right. Or, having certain things happen that look like we're in the wrong, we're in the wrong place. Or that one person speaking on behalf of all of us when maybe some of us didn't even know like what was going on.
I mean, we meet for so many hours twice a month. We should bring up things.
Yeah, or if there's stuff, obviously there's things that will come up via email or phone calls or whatever during the week and, whatever. But then loop in the rest of the board so that like, we're not finding out third hand the week after. Oh, well, so-and-so contacted whoever and said this. I'm like, oh, I didn't know anything about that. Like, like if we're being seen as the board, then we need to be privy to like what everybody's proposing or talking or, whatever. Like, I'm not saying every single conversation, but anything significant, or you're questioning administrator or wanting to change something that was a decision, that wasn't normally a role that we would play. So, I don't know, I'll stop talking, but I was concerned to receive that letter.
Anyone else?
Jennifer, thank you for letting the teacher's voice be heard. It's really important. And then also, I would like to apologize on behalf of the board to any like teachers or principals or vice principals that felt like that they were maybe disrespected or not being like their time wasn't being appreciated by the board. We do appreciate everything that we do. I know that education can be a kind of thankless job. And like we see you, we hear you, and we appreciate you. I just wanted to like say that.
Does the board believe that there is a response warranted to the letter?
I think so.
It's fine.
I mean, I don't know, if we would default to Falco, like, or Neil, like, if you feel like we should or shouldn't, I don't know what's appropriate, but it seems like we should respond.
If I could provide a little context too. So I know that during the weather incident, I did contact Dr. English to let him know about the overwhelming community communications I was receiving Monday onward, even on Sunday, in regards to how late we were telling parents and families what we were doing with the district, and I was providing those updates to Neil as we were going on to say more like, hey, can we just get these things out sooner to parents and stuff so that they can make appropriate, recommendation or accommodations for their families and stuff if they're working, what have you. And then I know that during the middle of the week, it was getting substantially worse. And we still had our national weather advisories. I discussed with Neil the possibility of calling a special board meeting to discuss the school doing a 2-hour delay for the remainder of the week. And before you all are like, looking at me, that was me trying to have a conversation with Neil rather than bring us all into what the Teachers Association may think is usurping someone else's authority. But I would like to just bring it back to the context of going back again to the legislature and those authoritative powers, right? The board is actually given the power by the school code to open and close schools, to set the times that our schools will open, close, etc. Policy 804, if you are interested in looking at it, that directs the superintendent that that the authority is delegated to him in response to events such as like natural weather or disasters, what have you. But at all times, the board does reserve under 003 the ability to not reconsider, but the ability to, I guess, reclaim any delegated authority at any point. And so I did reach out to several of you to kind of get a straw poll on what you guys were thinking in terms of the delays, taking into consideration that there were national weather advisories by actual agencies and stuff like that, but it was really drastic temperatures, stuff like that. There was different commentary from everyone. And again, in an effort to not call a special meeting or something, that was then I asked Aaron and Neil we talked about it at length, ad nauseum, for all hours Wednesday, basically. And then the decision was then made not to change anything. There can be mixed emotions on that as well. I get that completely. But I think as far as the letter is concerned, I think my points would be, one, I think the Teachers Association is a little used to a passive board. One, I think that it is used to a board that more or less like just takes the considerations or the recommendations of our administration and doesn't push back or doesn't deviate from them, which is totally fine as well. I think regardless, it's more or less like we as a board, I really wanted to, I don't know, need to collect my thoughts more or less, but one to say, like I said, the weather thing. I did try to reach out to Neil just to tell him what the community was thinking and stuff. And yeah. Another piece is more so the idea of PSBA and our guidelines. As a board, yes, there is a PSBA kind of overarching guideline, right, for all school districts in the Commonwealth that the board is operating at this 30,000 feet. But that doesn't always apply for every situation in our district. And I think that there are plenty of times where we've already seen how that doesn't apply. And I'm in no way, shape, or form trying to control day-to-day operations. And I'm sorry if that has ever come across like that. That's definitely not my intent. And I will try to do better in that. But more or less, when we hear things, when we're worried about our student safety, and when there's an overwhelming community communication regarding such, I felt absolutely obliged, regardless of my title, to bring that to Dr. English. Hands down. And so I get that there was a little bit of pushback from REA about that. And I there's nothing I can do but say sorry if that's warranted and if that's what they feel is warranted. That was, again, never my intention. It's more or less, and you're correct, it's not a complete apology because I don't know that I felt necessarily that my actions were wrong
Not one at all.
in talking to Dr. English, but if that is the rest of the
But
board,
you're
then,
saying you-
but the second piece though, too, that I
who
wanna.
did you check in with before doing this? 2 of us, 3 of us? I mean, we're 9.
I texted almost everyone on the board and I
Every
also,
except me.
and I also, okay, and I also,
Well,
again,
what?
looped in,
I mean, am I
I
the
looped
only
in
one?
Aaron. But neither here nor there. I think the other,
It's a weather call, a weather call. We're trusting them with a weather call? This is what we're spending our time on now?
well,
Also, keep in mind when you, like, I know it's easy for people to be like, oh, I've been getting contacted by all these people. Keep in mind, there's like 2,000 parents in the district. If you get contacted by, and I've been contacted by people know how to find me. It's not hard. Like, you get 5 text messages. To me, that's not necessarily like an overwhelmingly, like, the overwhelming population of the district. You know what I
oh
mean?
no,
I'm just saying, like, I just caution us all as board members to be like, it's easy to sort of feel like, oh, all these people are upset. Well, it might be 5 or 10 people, not like 2,000. So
yeah, no.
keep in mind that, like, there's also a lot of parents who like need to go to work and need to have their kid go to school. And there's a lot of kids that go to school in Minnesota and Canada and places that are a lot colder and a lot more wintry than we are. And like, they manage as long as it's a safe, situation. So I just feel like we're overstepping when we start getting into the weeds of whether we call a delay or temperature delay versus an online day. Like, I just think that's getting too far into the weeds and overstepping and doing too much, like, as teenagers say. And so that's concerning to me, that I feel like we have bigger things that we should be paying attention to than that stuff. And trust me, I would love to have as much of a heads up on those things as possible, for sure. But I know that, like, the administrators are often up half the night because they're getting notifications from transportation places and Oakmont Police and whoever else, like, with all this information. So they're just trying to make the best decision they can when they get all the details. Earlier the better, great, but it's sometimes it's crazy weather and you can't predict, the timing of it. So I don't know. I just felt like that was like a little over the top, like to try to step in and be like, oh, well, the board's gonna be in charge of snow delays now. It's like, what? Like, what?
Well, and no, and I think it was special circumstances. I encouraged Dr. English to look at also the social media that was taking place. I was also referring to not just text messages, calls, emails, all kinds of them. But weather aside, I also want to hit on the second piece, which was the comments regarding Mr. Hewitt. One, the teacher that was involved was talked about in the report this evening that was given by the administration prior to March 1st. I also knew from that teacher that she was retiring
because she personally told me at open house. So I have personal knowledge. So my questioning to Mr. Hewitt was more or less from a board perspective of if we are taking on additional positions in the district, we should have as much notice about other things that we've heard and or that we're anticipating as possible. We need that information to make.
But if they don't have
financial
it
decisions.
physically in hand, it's not a final decision. They can't make any action about it.
No, but we can take
But
it
you
into
could be
consideration.
thinking of like some ideas,
Yeah.
but
We can
until
take it
someone
into
says, here's my
consideration.
resignation, they can't take any action.
We can take
Right?
it into
I mean, like-
consideration though, because that's what we would have to do as a board. You plan for contingencies, you plan in case something happens. So when we're creating a budget, when we're talking about financial decisions, we should be keeping in mind future possibilities, regardless of if we have a resignation or not.
So you said last week, though, you were acting like you were broadsided.
Oh, I think the
You-
board was broadsided,
No, no, no.
and that's what I,
No. You were asking, well, when did you know this?
yeah,
And you said, if we had known this, maybe our Turk decision would have been different. That's what you said.
I did.
But now you just said you knew at open house, she personally told you.
yes, I've known.
So are you saying that you should have brought it up? Are you like owning that?
It was not on me to bring up.
It was not for you to bring up.
It's not for any of us to bring up until it's a formal resignation or a
Right.
formal retirement.
But,
Exactly.
but, okay, wait,
Can't until it's official.
but he did bring it up because he did come to us and say that there was a
Budget,
position
pre-budget
of that
season.
teacher
Yeah.
that
And it's a budgetary impact.
planning to retire and she covers X, Y, and Z classes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm confused on, like,
I think the point is that how it was responding to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's more about like the tone and the retort sort of and that kind of thing, I think. It's not so much like, oh, wow, okay, that's something we need to really consider. Okay, cool, thank you for letting us know.
and I agree with
Like,
that, but
That's
I
fine.
get your point on that, but
Yeah.
I would have responded that way regardless. Because I will still stand 10 toes down on saying that those are ideas and things that we need to know about when we're considering financial things that are financial decisions that are impacting the district. When we're creating new positions that aren't cost neutral. And then we know, or we have a reason to know that there are going to be other costs to the districts that we should be factoring, especially as it goes to hiring and personnel. Well, then those things should be disclosed early.
Because I'm worried about personnel. I'm worried about wearing down our current administrators who are doing a heck of a job. And I'm worried about them leaving.
Well, I think that does,
Because I'm worried about us like being so on top of them about every single thing, every single week. That like, they're finally gonna be like, geez, guys, like, stop now. I can find another job. You know what I mean? I don't want to lose people.
I get that, but I've been on this board for 5 years, just almost as the same length of time as you have, and the administrators have been here the entire time. I have not changed. So I get what you're saying, but I don't
But
berate
as a
Neil.
board, I don't want us to be like wearing people down.
I get that.
Like all the time, and then it
But
gets to be.
That is also taking the position that I berate people all day. And I don't do that.
So
Yeah,
I do want us to sort of take into consideration.
like assume good intentions is
Well, we
not
haven't
here.
received a letter
We
like
should
this from
take the
REA
time
in a long time.
Into consideration. We also have a lot of members from the public here that came to hear all of our agenda items. I know that we're addressing the letter that the teachers sent. But are we adding more are we like addressing more additional items that they asked for, or have we kind of addressed their letter already?
I think we need to decide how we're responding.
Yes, I think.
We need to decide how we're gonna respond.
We need to
if we
decide
can
how we're going to move
move
forward and
forward in a
as a
better
board.
fashion.
to make
Yeah, I
sure
think-
we're all cohesively together, Okay.
understanding what's happening.
Can this be like a later exec session where we sort of hash out some of the details on how to respond?
Yeah, that's kind of what I originally was proposing. Like, because I didn't know if this was to be talked about in public or if we wanted to get all into this in public, you know, like right now, but I do think that it warrants a response from us as a board, because again, it's not it wasn't like a letter that was directed to just me or just Aaron or Antonio, you know what I mean? It wasn't like an individual thing. It was more like, this is how we're feeling about this board kind of thing. So I think that that warrants some sort of a response to say, hey, we hear you,
And we're going to do that.
and we're gonna do X, Y, and Z, or, you know, whatever.
Well, I think that to give a response, though, we need to know what the majority of the board's direction is. You know, if you're comfortable with what transpired, if you want to do something different or handle things differently, you know, how detailed do you want to be involved in the day-to-day operations? I mean, you're gonna need to have a much larger discussion as a group and arrive at those decisions in order for us to be able to respond, because the decision may be that nothing inappropriate was done according to the majority of the board. You know, I don't know who was contacted, who supported, you know, the actions that were taken from a board standpoint and who wasn't. And whether for decisions like that to be made as a body, you need to get together as a body, because sometimes when you have discussions like this with everyone present, initial assumptions may change because people are hearing different perspectives. So you have to act collaboratively and as a group in order to give direction as a group. And it has to be by the majority and the will of the majority. So for us to fashion a response, I'm looking at Neil and me, we need to know what is the will of the majority of the board in a decision where you're collaborating and arriving at that conclusion, not individually. So I don't know that we're going to accomplish that at 11:05 this evening. But I think it's something that you as a board need to decide how you want to move forward, because, you know, we all need to get on the same page and know that this is the direction that this particular board is going to take.
Yes, I think that's fair. I think there'd probably be some good debate. But I do think that there's an overwhelming theme about strategic, 30,000 foot, and then where is our line of minutia? And how do we not cross that if we don't want to cross that as a board? Once the minutia line gets crossed, the spin, which is happening here in a lot of these conversations in the past couple weeks, is all very natural and will get worse. In my opinion.
And I don't know, going back to executive session, and whether I mean, I initially viewed this letter, obviously it's coming from the REA, you know, and raising some personnel concerns that it could be discussed in executive session, but it's talking more in terms of policy. I mean, it's really, again, what your role.
Commission.
Yeah. So I think that's a public discussion, and you all need to get on the same page. It's very challenging for us. I mean, sometimes what's occurring results in the need to have consultations, whether it's with board members, whether it's with the administration. You're involving my office, whether you know that or not. And I'm at a loss. I don't know where this board is going. So you all need to get together and give us marching orders. It's enough said.
How should we do that? Yes, I'm asking leadership. Because like, if I were in Antonio's role right now, I'd be like, okay, well, I need to sort of gather the troops and figure out what's our response, you know, how's everybody feeling?
I think we need to go back to how do we respond to anything that comes to us. You know, I always, when I joined the board and before that, I thought if something brings a concern to us, it gets the stamped, I will share your information with the administration, the appropriate administration, and
we'll move from there. And I feel like our responses to even emails are, thank you for your concern. I have shared this with the administration. We as a board will look at this and consider our response. And that's it. It's canned. Is it milk toast? Yes. But it opens the door for us then to have a conversation. I don't know sometimes what's being responded to or what's being dealt with myself. And so that's difficult. And I don't know, there have been some uncomfortable conversations that have really shaken my own internal feelings about a lot of things. I worked really hard to get where I'm at in life, but I've been challenged on who I am, and I've been very difficult. And people sometimes wonder why I don't speak up, and there are reasons that I don't always speak up. Because I'm just one member and I need other people to speak up. It doesn't fall on me as the vice president to be the manager and the police and all the things. It's not my role. And I wasn't selected as the president, so that's fine. I'm not trying to be the president, but I'm trying to be collaborative. I'm trying to help us figure out how to work together as a board. I appreciate that, Aaron.
I mean, so I would suggest that this could be maybe talked about in an executive session where before we come to the session, everybody sort of writes out their own version of a reply. And then we can talk over what our initial thoughts were at the session. Those are my advice.
I think we should need to make sure we're doing that with everything that comes in. If we're gonna show a cohesive front, we need to show a cohesive front and have those conversations.
So,
As the leadership and specifically president is the one to reply to emails that come through. So you're the representative of the group. So like if some parent sends an email and says, hey, I'm concerned about blah, blah, blah. Typically the process is the president replies, copies the board or, whatever, that type of thing. Like, thank you for this concern. We'll follow up, that kind of your typical response, right? So that's how I used to do it. Yeah. So I feel like this is kind of a similar situation, but because it's the teachers union, it's a little bit more heightened to me than like a general parent, concern or whatever. So it still needs to be it still needs to be a response, I think, from leadership, or whatever, but it needs to be an input on all of us. So like, if that means somebody write a draft response and then we all chime in on it and say, yeah, that's good, or no, you didn't include this, or, like something to that effect, that might be a way to do it. I don't know.
So then if Neil and Falco, you two would take a crack at a reply and then circulate that to the board. I would then ask the board to just reply to just leadership until our next meeting. So that there's at least something.
Would you early in the month? March
Yes, it's the beginning.
Oh, June.
Yeah, so that at least there is a reply now. And then further discussion as to board movement and where we see ourselves going can happen at our March study session. Unless we want to call an additional week. That's also possible.
We're not. I think the most we would issue right now is just on as what you just said, that we received it. And we're gonna be,
I kind of wonder why we
information
even have them involved, the letters
then we,
to us.
on March 2nd, we can get together and have that.
They don't necessarily need, unless that would have to be involved because it's the
Not a
union,
letter to them.
like versus, or not necessarily. I mean,
I
because
think they
otherwise.
want to be involved, so that's why I included them.
For me to answer that question, I would rather do that in executive session.
Okay.
I have concerns. Strategically, they're positioning themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yes, there
So in
is
this
a
case,
legal component. to
Yeah,
it
I
that
feel like
have to
you
be
might want to be involved in another situation. If it was another group, then maybe we don't need it, but in this case, we might need That, and I'm not saying it needs to be some long flowery response. It can just be like a thanks for your letter. We appreciate your concern.
Yeah.
We're viewing this and we're talking amongst ourselves, further, type of thing, just because I don't, yeah.
Right, and I think that's the response that should be issued now.
Yeah.
And then you all get together on the second and revisit this.
Does everyone agree on that?
Yes.
Yes.
I also think that there's been like a overall sense of a request for us to figure out our board culture and our understood decorum. I think that's what some of the statements that have been made are requesting.
What do you mean by that?
So, like, in any organization, like, in order for the team to work well, there's culture at the team in terms of like the understood way that everyone sort of communicates with each other. Decorum is like just the understood, this is our base level of politeness that we're going to use when we're talking to each other and like the public. And so I think that that's some of the things that were requested, in my opinion.
I just want to be clear, you want us to draft just a basic response. And then you guys are gonna talk about things on the second, figure out the rest. Just want to make sure my action steps are really clear. I have a bunch of them for today. Wanna add,
Because I don't want it to wait till the second for us to be like, thanks for your letter.
Yeah.
Like,
I want them to acknowledge
3 weeks ago,
something simple, we
Yeah.
have it.
okay.
just acknowledgement and then,
Just make sure.
we're meeting further kind of thing.
Yeah.
Does the executive session have to happen like right before a study session, or can it happen at a different time?
It can happen whenever, but I think the large part of the conversation of how we move forward and how we operate has to be a public conversation rather than an executive session.
So how should we prepare for that? That's a big charge.
Would you have and I'm not trying to speak out of turn here, but you had an executive session to just talk about the what and the how, right? And try to gain as much alignment. I don't think we get to 100% in that executive session, but then naturally have that discussion further evolve in the study session. If there's any,
The difficulty is under the Sunshine Act, there's very limited things you can really discuss in executive sessions.
Yeah.
One of which is personnel related things, collective bargaining, real estate. I mean, there's a whole list of them.
Yeah.
This discussion is really not an executive session discussion. That's what's challenging about it. And again, I need to comment in executive session about how the union is positioning itself.
Yeah.
But
I'm not necessarily talking about the specifics of that letter.
Right.
Right? Because I think the specifics of that letter is one thing, right? Then you can't address that until you address this.
Yeah.
So,
and this
is the mission, right?
Needs to be discussed publicly. That's the challenge.
Got it. Okay. Got it. Okay.
But I feel like we need marching orders to get there, so that we're not just sitting again going, okay, well, what are we gonna do? Anybody have any ideas? Let's figure it out. Like, we need to be thoughtful as board members and consider how individually we want to consider that and to say that. And not just kind of go, well, we're all here again. And we're just gonna throw Jello at the wall and see what happens. Like, we have to be prepared and thoughtful about what we individually, our lanes are, what we as a board, our lanes are, and how we make those things work together. I think that's our duty to the public, is that if we're gonna get ourselves together, we need to get ourselves together, but be prepared to do it and not leave it to the individual people. We all have a duty to be here on the board, to work together collectively, collaboratively, and say, okay, this is how
I think we need to move forward. What does the group think? And let people see that. That's fine. Let them see it. But we have to do our duty to be prepared with it and not leave it up to anyone else.
So then with that being said, then, can we all, take the task of by the next study session, kind of coming prepared with how you would like to see the board moving forward, in terms of communications, in terms of, leadership styles, X, Y, and Z, whatever comments you have. But the result being that here's how we're moving forward as a collective board. And each one of us will give that kind of idea of what we're looking for. So then we can talk about our ideas as a whole and then kind of decide what bits and pieces each of us are bringing to the table that we all can agree on, or majority of us can agree on to move forward. Because I think that we're all bringing good points up. So it's, at this point it's more or less just fine tuning what those points look like as a majority and moving forward with them.
I would give one last recommendation because I fell into the PSBA hole of information the other day, to log in under your portal and look. There's a lot of resources. I ordered a bunch of things just to have for my own back pocket. But even just refreshing yourselves with just the main, whatever it is, that I started carrying it with me. The excellence of learning. This is essentials. Sorry, words are escaping me. It's late. Just going through essentials again and kind of thinking about how does that work for? And again, what we just signed today, the governance and leadership. What did we agree to? And how does that work for us individually and as a board? So, yes. And poor Kareem, we missed the whole exciting retreat the other day where.
I'm so sorry. It was yesterday. It was actually really great.
Yeah.
It was good.
Or
I think it was good. Yeah, I know. I wish we would have waited and, yeah.
I have one thing, I swear it's like 5 sentences, okay, and it's just a question for Falco, and then I'm playing. Okay. So in light of the recent change in leading board meetings, leading them, changing from alternating between the superintendent leading the study sessions and the president leading the voting meetings, I would like to ask the meaning of the word preside in the policy. Antonio has emailed me that it is not only a policy to have him, the president, lead all of the meetings. He also stated that it is against the law to do it the previous way we've been doing it for the last several decades. I would like to ask Falco about the actual law on this and how other school districts in Allegheny County interpret this law. You're on it.
At 11:20.
Sorry.
I would also say that's not exactly how I phrased it, but I think that Falco can
Yeah, you wrote
forward
it's
the
against the
email.
law.
He can forward the email chain to everyone so that they can all see what Falco's response was. And I think we leave it at that, because I'm done being attacked for the night. So without further ado, are there any motions to adjourn?
Falco, did you want to reply? Can we let him reply at least?
Well, I did reply to the leadership.
He did. He actually did reply. That's why I
I'm
said.
curious,
we
like, what's
can-
your position on like, what is
So he
preside?
told me not to include all of them anymore with the Sunshine Act, so he responded to me, so that's why I'm bringing it up in front of everybody.
Yeah.
So that he can reply and you can hear it.
Okay,
Trying to go by policy here.
so, school code section 426 and board policy 006, I think, use the same sentence. So the policy just pulls it from the school code. And school code says, very short sentence, the board president shall preside at all meetings. And that's what it says. So the question is, what does the word preside mean? Now, you could do a dictionary definition search and, see what it says, from a dictionary standpoint. But presiding, and really, Antonio, I was thinking as I thought of the word, we're attorneys.
Yeah.
And what you hear when the judge walks out of the courtroom, the honorable so-and-so presides, right? So there's a context to that. It's not a word we use every day. So So what does a judge, if you think of a judge in a courtroom and he's presiding over the trial, right? He's the one with the ultimate authority. He's the one, you don't have it in front of you, but he's the one usually with the gavel. Right? The judge has a gavel. If something's out of order, he's gonna bang the gavel and he's gonna say, you know, you're out of order. You know, or if there's an objection that's raised or a point of order or something that needs to be decided, the judge is the one with the authority. He's presiding over those proceedings. He's going to make that call. Okay. Now, obviously, in a trial, you know, there's a portion of the trial that the judge speaks in the beginning, and then he turns it over to the attorneys, right? And the attorneys present their case, and the judge only speaks if there's something he has to decide, if there's an objection, you know, if there's some rule of law that he has to weigh in on. Otherwise, he's letting the jury hear it from the witnesses and from the attorneys, right? And he's not trying to, you know, jump into it. So that being said, the word preside, I think in this context, is that the president is the one with the final authority. You know, he opens the meetings and presides. He sits there and always with the hat of president and as the judge presiding over a trial. So the judge turns it, just like a judge turns it over to the parties, the president can turn it over to Neil, right, to present the information as the lead educator in the district and knowledgeable about the day-to-day operations. He can say, you know, okay, now we're going to have, you know, the superintendent run through the things that are going to show up on the agenda next week. That's the way, to your point, it's been done here since I've been solicitor. It was done prior to me becoming solicitor with the study session. It didn't mean, and that's what I said in my email, I didn't view those study sessions as illegal in the sense of how they were conducted. It wasn't against the school code or the policy because the president always presided. I never took the position that the president wasn't presiding. It's just that it was the superintendent that was running through the issues that were going to be on the voting agenda the following week. So, I mean, I don't know if you use that word or not. I don't know if I saw all the back and forth communications, but you know, I would say that those meetings were conducted properly. It's president presided, but the superintendent presented. To me, you can handle it that way, and you could handle it in a more structured way, you know, that Antonia was suggesting, you know, where there's more formality to it, where the president, you know, is taking a more active role as the one presiding. But really what happened? I mean, what happened last week was when he got to issues that superintendent's familiar with, he tossed it over to the superintendent, business manager, tossed it over to the business manager. I mean, the context of the meeting didn't look too different. It's just that the president was taking a more active role in that position. That's another board decision.
Yeah.
I mean, ultimately, and when I say that, it's you as a collective whole have to decide how you want that to look.
Which is what my point was, is that none of us were privy to that. At least I know I wasn't. I was like, if that was going to be a change or a proposed change, then great. But like, could you have given us a heads up? Have had a chat about that? Like, you know, I'm not saying it's wrong or like we can't do it or whatever, but like those kinds of things, I feel like we need to just, if it's gonna be a change of course, then we need to have that discussion.
It was really also just opening and closing. The like, PSBA literature is pretty, the PSBA literature is pretty clear on like opening and closing and stuff like that. So that's what it was.
To the point of what do all of the school districts, Hartford represents many school districts in Western Pennsylvania. And generally, oh, that was the student sent through.
Yeah.
Generally, at a study session, or work session, it is the superintendent that's presenting, because again, he's the one that has more knowledge about the same thing. So I've not usually seen a president or president take an active role in those kinds of meetings. Is it wrong? It's not wrong. I mean, it's just a different way of conducting a meeting. Yeah.
I don't know that I felt like I was presenting anything more or less than it was normal, so. But again,
It's just a matter of, like, I'm not adverse to change. It's just a matter of, we don't want this to feel like we're not aware of like what's going on. You know, like if there's gonna be a change, okay, cool, let's all talk about it, make sure we're on the same page. Maybe not all of us agree, and that's okay, you know, but like at least so we're all aware of what's happening. And then that way it's not like, oh, wait, what's going on? Like 5 seconds before it happens, you know, or whatever. It just, I don't know, it struck me as like a big change. Yeah. So I was curious to hear your thoughts about that. I still like, how does that usually go?
I mean, again, if you use the word illegal, I would definitely not fully agree with that, because I feel that the president, just the very nature of being in that position, you're presiding, right? I mean, and that's the key. You know, the president has the ultimate authority at the meeting.
Yeah.
So it's the structure for decades was fine. This new structure is just as fine. It's ultimately your decision.
Well, thank you for asking for the clarity. That's helpful.
and I definitely didn't use a legal play. Yes, no, thank you.
Motion to adjourn.
Yes, motion.
Who's the
Second.
Siri.
Thank you.